Yakoso to my stream. My name is LycorisDreams and I welcome all you fans to my dine. Here it is. Been waiting on it since it was first announced, but finally getting into the Chrono Cross Remaster. Or rather, Chrono Cross the Radical Dreamers edition. Alright. It's been so long since playing the original Chrono Cross. So, here we go. Shit, my wires are kinda tangled. Or, not really tangled in, but like intersecting with each other. Oh wow. Ooh. I made the Scars of Time into... It's pretty much a remix of it. Wow. See everyone here again after so long too. Well, mostly everyone in the pic over here, the starting screen. I'm just gonna sit here and vibe for a bit because, wow. I do remember that the music for Chrono Cross has been cleaned up too. This is different from the original Times of Scar, which you would hear in the original Chrono Cross game too. This is just another rendition, honestly. Wow. Oh hey! You just started. Funny, I just woke up for a nap. Hi gaming, hello. Welcome to the stream, how are you? And well, it's more like I'm vibing to this for a bit before starting because like, this is a different rendition from the original track, Scars of Time. Wow. Like, just sitting here and vibing for a bit before I go start. What I'm gonna do is, go start Radical Dreamers first, rather than dive into Chrono Cross. Music is really loud, but I'm glad you're vibing to it. Ah, it's loud. I should... Oh, there we go. I was wondering when they were gonna get to that part. Haha. Alright, if it's a bit loud, I'm gonna go ahead and lower the volume a little bit. There you go. Let me know if that's better. Nostalgic, but it's also new at the same time. Alright, I'm gonna pop into Radical Dreamers first because I've been hearing that, technically, Radical Dreamers is supposed to be a bridge between... Still out? Funny, because I've already lowered my volume to a considerable degree. Alright, let me check on that. There you go, I think. There you go. Alright, let me know. But for now, I heard that Radical Dreamers was supposed to be a bridge between Trigger and Cross. And alternatively, Radical Dreamers was supposed to be in the line of Cross's story before Cross became finalized. You know, some things in Cross Canon was like implied, or not spoken about regarding those in Trigger. But Dreamers tends to like spit it out. Alright, I'm gonna go in here first. Nah, yeah, now it's better. Good, I'm glad to hear that. Bye, Sen. Good morning / evening. Evening for me, dear Kohai. Good morning over there. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, going into Radical Dreamers then. Up until this point, Radical Dreamers was not localized here in the US. So it's pretty rare to find material like this being published and everything. So this is the first time people outside of Japan get to experience Radical Dreamers. What? It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning out the closet. This old notebook covered with mold was a diary that belonged to my grandfather who passed away many years ago. It contained his distant memories. I wonder if you still remember how we first met and our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. You were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. I can still relive the memories of those days long past. Just by closing my eyes like so and whispering your name into the desolate night. Kid. 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 Hey, kid! Are you ready, kid? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes. Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up and I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Surge? Come on, Mago, let's go. That bastard Lynx is gonna get what he deserves. Say your prayers. Not that it'll do you any good. Radical Dreamers, Le Trésor Interdit. Alright. So let's see. These are the controls. Return to launcher is basically like the hard reset. Boss was telling me about that too. I had no idea there was a hard reset in the original Chrono Cross as well. Okay, adjusting sound settings. Good. I'm gonna need this once I adjust the sound in game and then return my volume in OBS to do things. Menu, cancel, confirm, and changing selection. Got it. The Kid and Surge in here are different from the Kid and Surge that we know of in Chrono Cross. Alright, and mind you, Surge in Chrono Cross is a silent protagonist. So yeah. Confirm that. Hello, Tim. Welcome to the stream. How are you? The old lady's tip-off was right in the money. The counterspell and the barrier around the outer walls could have done a real number on us. Kid's plane, unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. We picked our way through the elaborate lattice of the manor's magic shields, moving in closer and closer to Lord Lynx's stronghold. There were 3 of us, Kid, Magil, and me. I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Back then I was just a wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. Again, keep in mind, the surgeon kid in Radical Dreams is different from the two in Chrono Cross. It was in the Outlands, in a town called Regiora, where we first ran across one another, and since then she's dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures, and misadventures too. Ah, kid. She was a thief. And not just any thief. Just a few months shy of 17 and already renowned as one of the realm's greatest. Now, Kid's canon is a thief is also canon in Cross. Well, Tem's not exactly perfect, but Tem's much happier now that they're hanging out with you. Yeah, then in that case you can relax and chill around as always. What's more, she was achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and dab hand at campsite cooking, or she liked to claim. The truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you've heard about in stories, the ones who steal from the rich to give to the poor, yeah, that wasn't Kid's style. She was short-tempered, which is true with the other one, prone to lying, bossy, and obsessed with money. Since I haven't played the original for so long, I can't contest with the short-temper and bossy part I can put. Money, I believe she was. The lying part, I am not quite sure. And rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. That was true as well. But she wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. Sometimes. She had her moments anyway. Of course, Chuny-chan. I mean, Licorice-chan. As always. There you go. I glanced over my shoulder to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. Magil, also known as Magil the Shade. He was Kid's partner, but even after 3 years, I still knew hardly anything about him. All I knew was that he was around 30 years old and not much of a talker, but he was one heck of a mage. I heard that he and Kid had started working together way before I met her. Blech, my head. It didn't bunk that hard, though. He always covered the top half of his face with a mask, and I'd never seen what he looked like underneath. He was a man so mysterious that it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper from another world. It wasn't like Kid was exactly big on details about her past, but Magil? He might as well not have had one. And Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. What kind of man he was, what kind of life he lived before. Nothing. You might ask how exactly I wound up being a part of this merry band. Well, it's complicated. I guess you can say that life doesn't always turn out the way you think it will. Kid, who was heading up a little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead. Look lively, boys! We got company. Whee! Tem's seen 2 licorice chats. This is amazing. Relax there. We glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. I heard a low growl. Dark shadows prowled through the night, surrounding us. A pack of wildcats. There must have been about 10 of them. A thrill of fear ran down my spine. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. Kid calmly shifted into a fighting stance. Watch yourselves! I don't reckon these buggers have been treated for rabies. The wildcats snarled and growled as they slowly closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Their eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dripped wetly to the ground. Man, those wildcats are about to catch hands. Damn right they're gonna. Then one of them sent an almighty roar soaring to the moon, and the hunt was on. What was I gonna do? Alright, attack first. I slashed a nearby wildcat with my knife. The beast tried to leap clear, but I was already too close. Felt the blade make contact and was rewarded with a screech of pain. The wildcat jumped away, this time managing to put some space between us. It looked like I hadn't cut it very deeply. I stood my ground, changing my grip on the knife, and waiting for another chance to attack. The actual surge uses swords called swallows. Surge! Behind you! Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled around and came face to face with a pair of eyes blazing like hellfire. It defended itself. There wasn't time to do anything but try to protect myself. In a moment of sheer desperation, I crossed my arms to guard my face. Instantly, I felt the wildcat's fangs sink into my exposed wrist. It had thrown itself bodily at me, bowling me over backwards. Ah! My arm still in its powerful jaws, the wildcat pinned me to the ground and shook its head. I tried desperately to free myself, but it was clamped onto me like a bear trap, and there was no way of getting loose. The sound of fang on bone was sickening. But just then, the creature recoiled with a screech. Kid had buried her knife deep into its gut. She quickly capitalized on its terror by giving it an almighty kick. Free of the wildcat, I staggered to my feet, holding the throbbing wound on my arm. I was breathing heavily. The handle of my knife was slick with sweat, and I tightened my grip. With a kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby wildcat. It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry, but Kid had already moved in to finish it off. And then, the roar of fire. A burning smell filled my nostrils. Next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. Magel's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby wildcat. It fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow. I scanned the area. Only moments ago we had been surrounded, but now there wasn't a single wildcat left. Ked and Magel had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs, or put paid to them once and for all. Ha! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bitten muggies is gonna stop us, Lynx! Kid crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, I was panting heavily, and it felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. I'd taken a few hits, but I was fine otherwise. A couple of scars to talk about later, maybe, but nothing that would stop me carrying on. Are you hurt? Mago looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever. No worries, Mag. He'll be alright, said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. Maybe, wing sook, but it'll take more than a few scratches to kill this one. She was nothing if not sympathetic, but she was right. There was no time to be bemoaning my lot. We hadn't even reached the manor yet. I dabbed at my wounds with a tincture-soaked cloth and wrapped them with bandages, then looked up at the other two. We're just getting started. I grinned back, putting a brave face on things. That's what I'd like to hear, Kid cheerily announced from close quarters. But then her eyes turned cold, like the cool glow of the moon in the night sky. It's gonna be a long night. I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes. Alright, let's get this show back on the road. She turned away and marched off deeper into the trees, without looking behind to see if me and Mago were following her. Mago, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it seem as though nothing much had happened at all. I jumped back up to my feet to chase after them. I'd be in for even more trouble than I bargained for if I got separated from them. The dark forest inside the manor's perimeters seemed to go on forever, a labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds, and hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure just waiting for us. Lord Lynx was the noble who ruled the remote territory of Regiora. He was also Kid's mortal enemy. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel he kept locked away in his most closely guarded vault, the Frozen Flame. The Frozen Flame was veiled in mystery. It was said to be imbued with an uncanny energy and possessed of a beauty and clarity that made it a priceless treasure. Countless thieves had tried to steal it, and not one of them had come close to succeeding. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. And now, It was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death. Led by a girl who had the ambition to make the impossible possible, a hunger for vengeance that drove her onward, and a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. As we pressed on through the tree-filled darkness, the shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast manor. Heh! Finally! Say your prayers, Lynx, 'cause we're coming for ya! Keeping to the overgrowth and the shadows of the trees, we made our way around the manor walls in search of a means of entry. Eventually, we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There were no signs of any guards nearby. The only thing surrounding the manor was an uncanny stillness. This will lead us straight into the West Wing. Just as well. We don't have any business in the rest of the manor tonight, said Mago, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night. Alright then, what are we waiting for? But that kid made to vault over the railing of the terrace. Stop! Mago hissed sharply. Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault, and the frozen flame within it. We focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is of secondary concern. Agreed? Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant, Yeah, don't get your knickers in the twist. But if we happen to run into him, I'm gonna knock the Drongo's block off. And neither you or anyone else is gonna stop me. I guess Kid was gonna get her way whether she liked it or not. Let's go, boys. The night is young. She cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished inside the manor. I glanced toward Mago and nodded in silence. We followed Kid's lead and were soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. The darkness swallowed us whole. Let's see. A corridor stretched off to the left and right from the terrace. It seemed equally dark and chilly in both directions. Cup ASMR. My bad if you hear the clinking of glass. I'm kind of hydrating at the moment. In this case, let's go right. But what we encounter is what it is. We pressed on through the darkness, down corridors that turned and twisted, snake-like this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent, and it felt strangely like we were being watched. We continued creeping cautiously around the corridors. Kid moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking its prey, while in the shadows Mago followed, gliding swiftly and silently as a sinister breeze. We pressed on into the embrace of the Weaver of Fate. Rattle. Kid stopped us. There's something there. I listened carefully. Rattle, rattle, rattle. A figure appeared in the darkness on the other side of the corridor. It's a skeleton. We readied ourselves for a fight. Assessed the situation. We squared off against the skeleton. It threw its sword it was carrying to the ground and took a step forward, then twisted its body into a strange pose. Wait, is it doing what I think it is? It proceeded to contort itself further, adopting a shape that could only be described as highly suggestive. For a moment, no one knew quite how to respond. What the bloody hell? What should be? Wait, Kid! Look at Mag! Mago seemed completely bewitched. There was no way he'd be of any use to us in this state. What were you gonna do? And then try to get Maggie to snap out of it. Well, it can't be helped. It's only a bag of bones. We can handle this. She lunged towards the creature. The skeleton brought down its sword, but Kid nimbly dodged with a sidestep to the left, then took advantage of her momentum to kick it right in its side. Well, the spine close to its waist anyway. Crunch. The bone shattered, separating the skeleton in two halves. You did it! Piece of cake! The skeleton wasn't quite done yet. Supporting its upper body with its left hand, it quickly picked itself back up. And then with its right hand, it flung its sword at me. What was I gonna do? Duck under the sword. Whoosh. The sword sailed through the air right where I had been standing only a moment before. Phew, that was close. Take this! Kid rushed down the skeleton and shattered its skull with an almighty kick. The bones of its upper body fell to the floor with a clatter, and then finally the creature lay still. You alright, Serge? Yeah, I think so. That's that dealt with. Now, Kid tuned her attention back to Mago. Can't believe this Drongo, though. Thwack! She brought her fist down hard on his head. Maybe that'll wake you up. Now, if we're done here, let's get a bloody move on. What was I? Ooh, ow! I was doing great. Felt like nothing could stop me. Maybe you ain't such a Drongo after all. Just goes to show any old weirdo can make something of themselves if they put their mind to it. Kid's eyes glinted with mischief. A short way along the corridor running from the right-hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient-looking door, again on our right. Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life. Dead quiet. Don't reckon there's anyone in there. Alright, we're opening that door. In we go. Kid stilled her breath and reached for the handle. The door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. What's this room supposed to be? Place is a dump. Kid had poked her head in the door, taking a quick peek to see if there was anyone inside, and was disappointed by what she found. The room was large and littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks, all of which were covered with dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. Everything looked like it had been rusting there for a very long time. The ends of the room were completely dark, and it was impossible to tell just how big it was, or even what the walls and floor looked like. It seemed the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. I stepped warily inside. Leave that alone. I looked over towards Magil and saw Kid trying to pull something from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed. You don't need that old bludgeon. It'll only get in the way. As much of an antique as it is, it won't fetch much on the market in that condition. Yeah? Reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who just love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk. Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. At least she put it back down gently. It was then we heard a voice from the shadows. And what exactly are you doing here, I just about jumped out of my skin. Who's there? Kid and Mago turned to face the voice, ready for a fight. A wizened crone emerged from the shadows. She was hunched over and wore a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance she wasn't just old, she was positively ancient. It's just some doddery old bag. What do you think you're doing here sneaking up on us like that? Kid's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. Mago, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare. Oh, what an impish little thing you are. Here to visit a friend, perhaps? Not in the dead of night, I suspect. The crone narrowed her eyes. Let's get a closer look at you. Ah, yes. You must be here to get your revenge on Lynx. How did she... My heart jumped. She seemed to know exactly who we were. We were in trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? We'd have to give up on the treasure and run for our lives. What were we gonna do? Might as well be honest, right? Defiantly tell her she was right. So what if we are? Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone. What's it to you if we're gonna get our revenge on old Linksy boy? You gonna do something about it? You never change, do you? The crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaking. Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit. You what? Kid looked at the crone, completely confused. I was no less mystified. What the heck are you on about? Oh, so this is where the theme of the Star-Stealing Girl... Because the Star-Stealing Girl had a different, not a different arrangement, like, but a different melody. This is higher compared to the original, so... And this was supposed to be the original track of it too before it was finalized. Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, it was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor, looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers. She couldn't have been much older than 10, now that I think of it. Shocked, my gaze turned to Kid. A wet glint had appeared in Kid's eyes, but her glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped below freezing. With a chuckle, the crone continued her story, pretending not to have noticed the change in mood. She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who would have loved her like her own daughter. But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact that she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the girl would have certainly been executed. The way the people of the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of the tale could be true. I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. You can't win all the time. Sometimes, against all odds, fate really can be foiled and the clockwork of history sent into disarray. No, the ones I have no patience for are those who do not recognize their failure, or who fail and chose to give up as a result. The crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. Kid's anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression. If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you will have to let go of a treasure of your own, Kid. For as long as you cling on to it, the hands of your clock will never move. They'll stay exactly where they came to rest all those years ago. Who are you? Me? Why, I'm just an old bag, like you said. I do apologize. I must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. Oh, but before I go, the crone turned to face me. You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds. With all the attention suddenly turned towards me, I panicked a little. Alright then, please do. What? Alright then, please do. The crone muttered a few words as her bony fingers drew sigils in the air. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with a strange warmth. Strike a light. That's no ordinary spell. Kid was impressed. I felt my wounds healing, and heard a nostalgic melody that soothed the wounds in my heart. Before I realized it, the crone was gone. Hey! Hey, lady! Kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness, but there was no one to be seen, and her calls went unanswered. Who the bloody heck was that? Kid looked like she had woken up on the floor of the Laughing Pig after a few too many. And what did she mean about you having to let go of a treasure? Well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on. Mago brought us back down to Earth, emotionless as always. It almost seemed as though he thought nothing had happened at all. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kid walked quickly to the door, keen to move on. Hold it, you! Just as I was about to follow Kid out of the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow. You stingy little bugger, Surge. Why didn't you tell her to share some of that healing magic with the rest of us? Classic Kid. The door led back into the corridor, which stretched off to the left and right. Rightward lay the depths of the manor, while the way to our left was back to the terrace. We're still gonna go right. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. A little further on stood a stairway leading upward. Well, this door's clearly meant to keep something safe. If there ain't some kind of magic behind it, me name ain't Kid. Yep, that's the smell of cold hard cash all right, she muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more. Going inside then. Bah! What am I, stupid? Of course it's bloody locked. Kid had tried the door handle a few times before giving it a grumpy kick. Bloody door's got a magic barrier on it, and the bloody barrier's got a barrier of its own to boot. It'll take more than me putting the boot in to get through all that. I see. Then unless we find a key, we don't have a hope of getting inside. Reckon I can handle a key hunt, especially if it's that idiot Lynx who's hidden it. If we can find his room, I'll sniff it out in 2 seconds flat. You just watch. There was little more we could do here, so we decided to look elsewhere. We continued on. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed upwards. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age, and I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onward and upward. An awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but it felt as though we were marching to the gallows. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old, heavy door looming in the silence. Okay, thank you for the self-care redeems. Give me a moment. Posture is good, but it's good to stretch my arms for a bit. And here you go, Tim. Mwah! And thank you for the head pats. Thank you. For the meantime, I'm also going to go hydrate a bit. So, alright, give me a bit. I have water here, so... All was deathly silent, and the still clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Something's very wrong here, I muttered without thinking. I hear cursed whispers from beyond the door, Mago added, doing nothing to lift the mood. Ah, grow up, will ya? Kid shot back at us derisively. She was already examining the door. Well, it ain't locked, and I don't hear anyone inside. Oh, hold on. Oh, Squall! Looks like you woke up from your sunbathing. Hold on, I'm gonna let the cat out the door. Give me a moment. There you go, back. I thought you directed that at me. I was about to say. Alrighty. So, either we turn... No, if we turn and go back down the stairs, we're gonna meet that door that's locked. Might as well go inside since we don't have much of a choice. But given the ominous feeling... Probably we're gonna meet Lynx. Let's see. The first line in that sentence. Ah. Alright, here goes. Kid tried to handle. The door opened and with a slow, heavy swing revealed what lay beyond. Ah, the creaking of the door really gives me the heebie-jeebies. It was a small cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. What the heck? Hey, I just let you out. Jesus. Go out, cat. Oh, goodness. Hold on a second. Oh, Mona's here, too. Right, Mona, out you go. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. More importantly, how are you doing today, Lycoris? I'm good. Yes, cats be the little gremlins. Yes, they're gremlins, but they're my gremlins. What's this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps. Still standing in the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback. There might be something in here. Let's take a closer look. A closer look at a bloody empty room? Pah! Might as well, I guess. We did climb all them stairs. Kid stepped through the door, grumbling under her breath. I scanned the room, then noticed something on the floor. The flagstones were covered in dozens of narrow scratches, and in places there were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away, a malice and a sadness beyond imagining. There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Magil was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like more of the same stains. Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic? Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old. Hard to read, too. Some of it has been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. We jumped to our feet with a start. I'm curious how you act off stream. The mystery is ever so intriguing. Like I said, I am different from off stream, so there's that. Anywho, now that we're in a serial killer mage's house, what could go wrong there? Oh, goodness. Sounds like it too, right? From above us, we heard an unsettling creaking sound. The walls and floor began to tremble. What the hell's going on? Kid's eyes darted around the room as she desperately tried to figure out what was happening. The creaking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer. Up there! Oh shit! It's a trap! We've walked right into a bloody trap, Kid bit her lip. We've gotta do something and fast. We don't have time to sit around and think about this. What was I gonna do? Surge? Kid's shriek rang in my ears, and then... Ugh! The end of one of the descending blades sliced into my forehead. There was no time. What were we gonna do? And the barged the door down. Ugh! Kid sprang at the door like an arrow, slamming it into its shoulder first, but it was far too heavy, and her light frame bounced right off it. Damn it! Magil raced towards the door like the wind, smashing into it with ferocious force. It made a creaking sound and shook from the impact, but stood still. Desperately, I hurled myself at it too. The shock of the impact rushed through my body, but it was no good. Meanwhile, the rusty creaking from above continued, as did the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. At To make matters worse, now countless blades were plopping in and out. Surge! Mago, this is gonna take the three of us. Timing our blows, we all charged the door at once. Once, twice, a third time. Then the door was open, and we would collapse in a heap in the corridor outside. What? Behind us, we heard the sound of the bladed ceiling grinding on the stone floor of the tower room. The metallic scraping noise it made was awful. We could only look on in silent horror at the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. The machinery continued for a short while before slowly coming to a stop. It seemed the ceiling trap had finally finished its grisly work. Bugger me, talk about a nasty surprise. Is it some sort of execution chamber? Mago continued, seeming to be deep in thought. In any case, that writing mentioned Acacia. Yeah, what was all that about? I asked. The Acacia Dragons. The Acacia Dragoons, sorry. The elite knightly order serving General Viper, who once governed the territory of Galesburg to the west. Former knightly order, I should say. Making you uncomfortable again, aren't I? No, you're not. They were wiped out more than a decade ago, by the lord of this very manor, no less. Uh-huh. Thanks for the history lesson, Mag. Kid rose to her feet, patting off the dust. Too bad we're not here for fairy tales. Come on, we got a lot more exploring left to do. Mago shrugged silently and we headed back to the stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed downstairs. We went down the stairs, continued straight ahead, eventually coming across a sturdy-looking door on our right. The corridor continued further on back towards the terrace. Let's see. We continued on the corridor, eventually coming across the door to our left. The corridor continued on back towards the terrace. Continuing on, because we went through this door before. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. We kept following the corridor. Went out on the terrace, or we turned back. We'll keep following because we picked the right side of the corridor before, so now we're gonna try to go left. We took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. Let's see. The path to the right led down to the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage, and the main corridor continues straight onward. Let's see. The stairs. Slowly we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into blackness as we went. At the bottom, the path split. The way to the left continued onto an atrium that resembled sort of a plaza, while the path to the right was a winding passageway that trailed off into the darkness. Left. Kit poked her head through the arch-shaped door and took a look around. Huh, it's big in here. It must be some kind of hall. We took a cautious look around and entered, one after another. The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water, above which the statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arched entrance like this one we had come through. Ooh, that's cold. Kid was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her and, resting my hand on the edge of the marble basin, peered into the pool beneath. Shadows flickered under the water surface. You reckon those fish are rare? As in, valuable? Kid leaned right over the edge. I couldn't see the bottom. I wonder how deep it was. The shadows of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa! Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Clack! A fish leaped out from the water and snapped at her, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut on the air where she had been only moments before. With a splash, the fish darted back under the water. Pteranodons. Deadly, carnivorous fish with razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws that can snap a monster's horn in half. Staring at horror, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. The pteranodons must have detected prey. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water surface. Bloody hell! Even Kid was uneasy. She took another step back. How many pteranodons were in the pool? The thought of what would happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. Suddenly, the water coming from the statue turned crimson and shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the building. Do not call it a chuny lurk. Oh my god. But yeah, thank you for the lurk. Kid jumped back again. I just stood in shock, watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. The scarlet waters continued to gush from the fountain. The pool grew redder and started to overflow. We looked on, entranced, but the spell was soon broken when we realized that the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin. Huh? Need a hug? Yes! And just for that, hold on. Ow. Here you go, Tim. The pteranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with bloodthirsty glee. I was brought back to my senses by the dull slapping sound of pteranodons hitting the floor. Ah, Jesus. Other side. Quick! There's an exit on the other side. I pointed at the doorway opposite where we had come in. Ah, thank you for the hug too, Tim. I tried my hardest to rush across the red pool, sending up great gouts of crimson water, but it was as thick as blood, and I found myself struggling to move. I felt sharp jabs of searing pain as countless pteranodons snapped at my legs. Kit gritted her teeth in pain. Surge, we've got to do something before we get turned into mincemeat. What was I gonna do? Ah, deal with the fish. What? You want to try and pick this little lot off one by one? Kid glared back at me, her face a picture of exasperated disbelief. Don't be a bloody idiot, Surge. You want to die here? While I stood there, a mouth agape, a pteranodon sank its feet into my foot. A jolt of pain surged up my leg, making me jump. What was I gonna do? Fine, we'll rush back the way we came. Kid, let's get out of here. In a panic, we splashed through the water back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of the pteranodon snapped at my legs and I felt a searing pain, but I had to endure it if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Breathing heavily, I finally found myself back in the corridor outside. That was a close call. So that whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. Lynx is even more of a sick bastard than I thought. I was about to say he wouldn't have to be if he didn't have to guard against people like her breaking into his home, but I thought better of it. Well, at any rate, I think we can consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, we left the atrium. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks. Hello, hello! What do we have here? She pointed to the side of the entranceway to the hall. I found myself face to face with a sculpture of an old man's face, with a truly phenomenal beard. The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, it seemed almost too realistic. It's a mouth of truth, announced Magil. An enchanted statue that can tell when you're lying. If it catches you, it'll bite your hands off. Magil kept his explanation simple so that Kid wouldn't drift off before he got to the important part. Huh, so what's it doing here then? I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism. Stick your hand in its gob, do ya? Righto. Let's see what happens, shall we? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand in its mouth without a moment's hesitation. She stood there for a moment waiting, but it didn't take long for her to get bored. Huh, nothing. Suddenly, I had an idea. Hey, Kid, who's the greatest thief who ever lived? Ha! Me, of course, you drunk. Kid answered without a moment's hesitation, and then suddenly her face twisted with pain. BRB. Alright, Tim. The teeth of the marble structure had clamped down on her hand. It bit me, she cried. Knock it off! Everyone knows it's the truth. Ow! The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke. You little... A cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. It won't let go until you say something true. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, Mago was matter-of-fact as ever. Just say anything, Kid. Anything. As long as it's the truth. Obviously, Kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue. Oi, Beardy! Let go of me bloody hand! She planted her feet either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. She heaved, kicked and stamped, grunted and strained. And then, finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I just witnessed, and couldn't say a word. See? Told you it was the truth. Kid raised her hand in the air triumphantly, as if to demonstrate. I could see heavy bite marks. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. Kid's attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. Mago pointed silently at part of it. I went to take a closer look, and saw a pale flesh-colored tongue. I expect we're supposed to put something there, commented Mago. Something? What exactly? I replied. Kid stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Then she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying. It was a strange collection of odds and ends, pulled out from her pockets, her boots, and even from her braid. Alright, Serge, now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue. Kid grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out on the palms of both hands. I guess she decided that whatever further horrors the statue had in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice, Kid. Real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached out to pick an item, and I chose... Oh, Jesus. A small silver mirror, a file, a centipede, a tube of lipstick, some dried grapes, a length of fine thread, a sizable petard, a vellum scroll, and to not waste my time on any of this. Beep. He lingered for a moment, but pulled my hand away. It didn't seem like any of them was what we were looking for. Alright, let's just forget about it for now, muttered Kid, stowing all her valuables. We were sure we'd find a use for this stuff. Whatever, best get moving, eh? Defeated, we left the atrium behind us. Leaving the atrium behind us, we immediately found ourselves at a fork in the path. To the right was a passage to some stairs leading upwards. Then a dark passage stood on directly ahead of where we stood. The path ahead, because remember the path was split into two as well. We left the atrium and continued on down the path ahead. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. Something smelled fresh and pleasant. Flowers? Was it coming from inside? Let's see. Off we go inside. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and the cozy-looking bed nearby meanwhile suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, somehow it still felt awfully lonely. Kid took a quick look around before commenting. It's Lynx's girl's room. A half-written letter on the desk, and the teacup still warm, suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. But it didn't seem like anyone was here now. We decided to search the room. Some charming flowers, a discarded cotton handkerchief, a small bottle of perfume. Nothing that meant much to me, nor anything that seemed particularly valuable. Kid seemed to have the same impression, and scanned the room clearly not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box, which bore a crest resembling a viper. I decided where to look next. Time to pick up this box. I picked up the small wooden... Oh, I picked up the small wooden box from the bookshelf. I gently opened the lid and was greeted by a soothing melody. A music box? Oh shit. This is the theme of the other world in Chrono Cross. But it's a music box form. There was something about that song. I know this tune. Kid was standing next to me, and I could see something had changed in her expression. Oh! Saiba! Thank you. Thank you for banning bot accounts. You do, huh, kid? Someone used to sing it to me a long time ago. She turned her gaze downward and went silent. Kid? She startled, she turned to me. Her eyelashes glistened as if what would do. She walked to the door, not saying a word. Hey, kid, wait up. We left the room. Was she crying? Was Kid crying? Maybe I was just seeing things. The passage outside the room continued to our left and right. The path to the right led deeper into the darkness of the manor. Meanwhile, going left would take us to the atrium and another branch. We'll take the passage to the right. Went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. Kid sniffed the air. Just as I thought. Something stinks here. I reckon we found the beast's lair, lads. In the darkness, Kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. We went inside. Saiba! Hi! Mwah! Thank you for tuning into the stream. How are you? Kid opened the door and slipped inside. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. It was Lynx's room, but he didn't seem to be around. Ah, you're sleepy. Heh! The bugger's gone and scarpered because he heard I was coming. There was something deeply unpleasant about this room. If I echo, this should be the Viper Manners theme, I think. There wasn't anything unusual about the furniture and fittings, nor how they looked or how they were made, but taking as a whole, it all felt discordant. Was this a reflection of Lynx? A seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth only some could see? Right. I bet we'll find the key to the vault here, or a clue about where to find it. I started searching through the room. The desk drawers, the paintings on the wall, the vase on top of the side table. I left no stone unturned. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. And as I scanned the room, something unusual caught my eye. There was a pedestal in one corner with a significant-looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. I slowly raised my hand toward it. I carefully pulled the cloth away, revealing a mirror. It was old-fashioned, and of an elaborately decorated style. I've seen it before, and in it was reflected a statue of Venus. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue shone with light. Oh, Jesus. What is your desire? The mirror! It's speaking! Kid and Maggle ran to my side. There's no need for panic. It was a whispering mirror, nothing more, said Maggle flatly. What's one of those? A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. The spirit can move freely between its own and other mirrors, and will share its wisdom with those who ask. Interesting. What should I ask it? Key to the vault. Do you know where the key to the vault is? The mirror's eye reflection rippled, and changed to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. A deep, sonorous voice spoke. You will find the key in the place I have revealed, the study. It is inside a book with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door. The image of the study vanished from the mirror, and the voice went silent. It appeared the spirit has left for another mirror, commented Mago. To the study, then. As I made to leave the room, a low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks. Beware. He knows. Was it the voice of the mirror again? What did it mean? Hurry up, or we're leaving you behind, Serge, called Kid from outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. The corridor stretched out beyond the door. We retraced our steps. Eventually, we came across an ornate room on the left-hand side. It was Riddle's room, Lynx's daughter. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curious dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. Ah! So the room we entered earlier was his daughter's room then. You see. Oh? Wait. A window was slightly ajar, bringing in some much-needed fresh air. It seemed that someone had been here only moments ago. Oh dear. Yeah, before it looked like no one was here, but since... Let's come back later. We left Riddle's room for now. Alright, and I guess we'll go to the stairs. Mirror, mirror on the wall, is Lyco the cutest cutie of all? Oh gosh, Saiba. Let's see. Okay, we went to Lynx's room already. But we can't go to the atrium again due to the fish. But I guess we'll have no choice but to go there. We continue down the corridor until we reach an intersection. Ah, there we go. We're gonna go to leading the stairs. The passage to the stairway was short. With Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. At the top, we found another intersection. Taking the corridor to the right would lead us to a dead end with a large door, while the way to the left led to the terrace. The narrow side passage in front of us was open. Let's see. Let's go down the side passage. We headed down the side passage. At the end, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. Alright. Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. The next thing I knew, she'd slip inside. Mago and I followed. Looks like a study. The room was lit by the moonlight coming through the long, slendered windows, slanting down in pale beams through the darkness. It was pretty big for a study, with an immaculate antique desk dominating the center. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. The wall to the rear of the room was decorated with paintings, and shelves of vases and painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from foreign lands. Right, let's find this key. Lying on her feet as always, Kid moved into the center of the room. Where'd the mirror say it was again, Serge? She was asking me? How was I supposed to remember? Let's... Ah, Jesus. Blue cover in the near, red cover, purple cover, green. Okay, it was definitely a far cover. Sorry, no, like on a faraway bookshelf, I think. As for which cover it was... Well, I guess I'm gonna have to take a... It's purple. So let's see. I think it was supposed to be the one with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf. Alright, let's see. Seeming to take my word for it, Kid made for the case in question. Right, this is the one. Purple cover, purple cover. Aha! This has gotta be it. Kid pulled out a book from the bottom shelf. Maga and I watched as she opened it. The pages were hollowed out, and hidden inside was an old key decorated with strange symbols. Nailed it! Nice one, Serge. Oh, good thing I remembered. Kid snatched the key from inside the book. Right, time to finally get a look at this treasure. Having got what we came for, we left the study. I still kind of want to keep going up the stairs, though. So let's see. Took the left. We continued onward where the stairs and the side passage merged into the main corridor. We found ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. Let's see. Kid gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside. Doesn't look like anyone's in here. It seemed to be the main hall of the manor. There was a massive table, beautiful decorations on the walls, and thick columns decorated with sculptures of birds and beasts. Fixed to the wall in the back towered a tremendous pipe organ like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided a dim flickering light, setting the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. Were these members of Lynx's family? I was busy staring at a painting depicting a young husband and wife when I realized that their eyes had turned to look right at me. Okay, they hadn't. Don't worry, this isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. It just looked that way because of the way the flickering light of the candles reflected against the glossy oil paints. Obviously. Probably. This place gives me the creeps. And get a load of all those ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's go look somewhere else. Neither Mago nor I had any objections. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. Suddenly, Kit stopped in her tracks. Something's there. I quickly looked around to see what it was. There was nothing behind us or in front of us. Where could it be? And then, just when I was trying to figure it out, the wall began moving. A rectangular section opened up and swung around, revealing two enormous goblins clinging to the back. It was like something from one of those stories about assassins sneaking around in old castles. Ah, Jesus. You? Goblins? Screamed Kid. They definitely looked like goblins to me. Maybe a touch on the large side. There were four in total. The two in front of us and two that had appeared behind us, cutting off our path of escape. Mago rushed towards the two behind us. Meanwhile, Kid leapt at the two in front, holding her knife in both hands. I drew my knife and rushed to Kid's side. Crash! The spike ball of a goblin's morning star smashed into the ground, crushing the stone flooring. Kid nimbly leapt into the air, evading the attack, and landing on the goblin's exposed hand. She swung upwards towards the goblin's head, plunging her knife into its left eye, and she flicked backwards and stood ready for the next attack. That was Kid's style: float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The next goblin charged in, swinging its morning star towards me. I jumped back to keep my distance. For a moment I thought about copying Kid's trick, but I didn't have the confidence to pull it off. I was better off keeping an eye on my enemy and doing things my own way, though I did wish I could fight like her. The goblin pulled the iron ball out of the floor and came at me, swinging it overhead. Let's see. Throw my knife using the... Alright, I deflected the goblin's driving strike up towards the ceiling and aimed an almighty blow at its face with my foot. My momentum unbroken, I then turned full circle in the air and landed perfectly back on my feet, immediately moving in to thrust my dagger deep into its chest. The blade sank in up to the hilt. What the hell? I leapt backward, trying to get some space between us. The goblin grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and threw me bodily across the room. I slammed into the wall, then slid unceremoniously to the floor, the wind completely knocked out of me. I was still gasping for air when the creature's enormous form crashed unexpectedly to the ground beside me. Well, if you were going to do that, why didn't you do it sooner? I thought through the pain. I thanked Mago for his timely intervention. Struth, you're a gutless wonder, Surge grumbled Kid. Business as usual had resumed, it seemed. Sometimes I really did despair. Would it have hurt her to offer a "you hurt, mate" just once in a while, if only to mix things up a bit? I'm a grown man, you know, I have feelings. But as ever, I said it only to myself. Trying to tell her that for real would have been a swift route to an early grave and nothing else. So I let her words wash over me, and I did my best to stay strong. Shush. I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Maybe you ain't such a drongo after all. Just goes to show any old weirdo can make something of themselves they put their mind to it. Kid's eyes glint with mischief. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. Eventually led us to an intersection. Let's see, we went to the dark passage. So we're gonna go... Odd on. We went down the stairs, I think, because we were climbing up it. I mean, I could go to the terrace. Like, I could have gone straight to the door where it was locked. But, let's see what happens if we... Let's see, towards the terrace. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. Now, let's keep following the corridor. Short way along the corridor, running back to our right-hand side, we found an ancient-looking door again on our right. Ah, the clock tower. Nope, we continued on. We returned to creeping down the darkened hallway as silently as we could. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. This one. A little further on a stairway leading upwards. Alright, try to go inside this time. We do have the key. This should do it. Kid slipped the key we'd found into the lock. Lines of magical light flashed across the surface of the door and vanished as various magical barriers were dispelled. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green, every color under the sun. And then all was quiet, and the darkness of the manor returned. Right, we're in. With a crack, the heavy door gently swung open. As soon as I saw what was inside, I gave a gasp. Kid stepped inside. Whoa! We've hit the mother lode! Oh shit. Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. Kid looked as if she were on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. But what thief wouldn't have been? After all, this was the kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of this vast amount of riches would have seen even the most careless spendthrift set for life. Our goal is the frozen flame. Ignore the rest, Mago spoke with an icy dedication to our mission. He had not even batted an eyelid at the sight that greeted us. Yeah, I know. She was disappointed, of course, but she soon set about scanning the room for the object of our hunt. Wait, is that it? Look on the pedestal over there. I turned to see what Kid was pointing at. There it is. Ah, done. The sun has set again, so I'm gonna turn on the light in the room. There it was, a small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. The frozen flame and Chrono Cross looks different from this, so yeah. The frozen flame. Silently, Mago walked towards the pedestal. I called out, "Wait, we have to be careful. You're right, this is Lynx we're dealing with after all. It may very well be trapped. We should be on our guard." We need to be quick about this. But fine, have it your way, grumbled Kid, looking away. Mago examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused. We were wise to be cautious. Placing his hand on the base of the pedestal, he muttered an incantation, quickly drawing quick sigils in the air with his right hand. Ah, thank you for the redeems. Posture is good. Stretching, I am good. Water, yes. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, and for a moment blazed brightly. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the biggest cutie of them all? Welcome back, Tim, and... there you go. Some glyphs appear on its smooth surface and for a moment blazed brightly. There. Now we can proceed. Mago calmly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel. Dun da da da! Surge and friends obtained the frozen flame. But we're gonna encounter Lynx, aren't we? We managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to Mago. He was staring silently at the jewel in his hands. Mago, we did it. Let's get out of here. Before I could finish, the frozen flame crumbled to dust. This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe. What? Suddenly, a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light, and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. Oh no. I turned with a gasp to see a kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands, and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Da-da-da-da! Kid and friends obtained a golden crown, too. You're kidding me, right? You had to go and... You complete bonehead! I let rip with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots in the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching, "Hark! Thieves! Thieves!" We're in trouble. These things are going nowhere, said Mago, inspecting the bars covering the door. Although to look at him, you wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong. Which way? Which way? The parrots! The parrots! To the vault! The vault! We heard voices in the distance. The manor guards were coming. Kid dived behind a pile of gold coins. Find somewhere to hide! In a panic, I look around the room. There was a large chest sitting wide open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it out and plunged head first and closed the lid. Captain! Captain! There's no sign of anyone in there. No sign. Strange. Peculiar. No one has ever escaped before. None had ever fled the mousetrap's clutches. None. I gently pushed up the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suit of armor unlocking the gate and are about to make their way inside. One of the goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows. What if it actually was a mouse this time? Chef was grumbling about mouses the other day, Captain. A mouse? A rodent? A rat? Would a teeny tiny thing like that really have sprung the trap? Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin who must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. That was when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from the corner of the room. Squeak, squeak! It was coming from where Kid was hiding. Suddenly, the troop of goblins stopped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin and thought through his jaws and offered his thoughts. Mouses? You mean mice. I'm sure Chef was complaining about cats. Meow. Meow. That voice again. Again, silence. The goblins only looked at each other. Funny you should say that, Captain. Why I heard it weren't a mouse, it weren't mouses or cats, it was a heckran. An awkward silence followed. In my mind's eye, I could see Kid racking her brains to work out what a heckran was. I smell a rat, by which I mean a thief. Following the captain's lead, the guards reached for their weapons, and then... Heck! Heck, heck, heck! Hecka, heck, heck! Hecka, heck, heck! Ran, ran, hecka, rat! Listen, it really is a heckran, by heck. That proves it. The goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other. Cheeky little devil. Surprised me there. Let's get out of here, boys. The goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief. And then they came charging back in again with a mighty roar. There's no such thing as hackrans! What? You sneaky little buggers, roared Kid, leaping out from behind the pile of gold coins. You're one to talk, thief! Brandishing their weapons menacingly, The goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. He quietly eased open the lid of the coffer and slipped out. Can't leave you anywhere, can I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armed goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do, but then I made up my mind. Had to save her. Right, I had to save Kid. There was no way I was going to abandon a friend in need. Even if it meant facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, I'd find a way to come out on top, I hoped. I drew the knife from my belt and leapt into the middle of the room. Hey, snot for brains! Over here! The goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes all staring daggers at me. Fool! In a hurry to die, are we? I gulped and wondered if making a run for it might have been a better plan for action after all. Ah, humans are so stupid. The goblin captain chuckled and licked his teeth. Yep, this one's got a death wish, all right. Why else would he be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure? Ha! That's a first, being called dumb by a bloody goblin. Try acting tough when you're crying to your mum later on. Judging from Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened. And you tell her it was Kid who kicked your teeth in. So you're Kid, aren't you? The sneaky little slippery little thief we've heard so much about. The goblin narrowed his eyes. Lord Lynx will be thanking me from now until my retirement when I bring him your head on a silver platter. The goblin captain pulled his morning star from his waist and started swinging. You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblins, sweetheart. We're Lord Lynx's elite guard. The goblins that gobble other goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad. Oh, quit shooting your mouth and let me stick a boot in it. And with that, Kid launched into a lightning-fast spinning kick. Oh Lord, who wrote these goblins' lines? And now, her boot connected with the side of a goblin's head with a crack, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. Get him, lads! The boy looks scrawny. Start with him! The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star in the air. Glorious! Gob strike! Aye, aye. The goblins charged across the room in response to their captain's command. Gob strike incoming. A goblin rushed towards me, swinging its weapon overhead. Wasn't gonna make it. The morning star swept sideways through the air. I twisted my body to evade it, only for my torso to erupt in pain. Before I knew it, I was sent rolling on the floor in agony. Surge, get up! Spurred on my Kid's screen, I staggered to my feet, clutching my side. I couldn't let it end like this. Another goblin flew down overhead. Bombs away! With a growl, it sent its morning star swinging from a roll. Rolled away. I rolled across the floor, dodging the attack, but I wasn't fast enough, and the iron ball crushed straight into my back. I let out a howl as the force of the impact jutted through my body. I'd never felt such raw pain in my entire life. I rolled around the floor in agony. Ha ha ha! Dance for me, boy. Let me hear you sing. As I crawled on the floor, the shadow of the goblin towered over me like a black mountain. Die, brat! Its lips curled around its face in a leery grin and raised its weapon over its head. Oh no, you don't! You'll have to get through me first! Mago conjured up black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest. How does a human know a spell like that? Who are you? The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it, and it collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Mago looked down at his victim, his expression unchanged. My head was spinning, but I managed to take the opportunity to rise to my feet. Gob strike incoming. Alright, dodge. I swiftly dodged the attack. Well, I tried to, at least. The morning star slammed into my shoulder with a sickening impact. I writhed in agony at the same time, trying not to lose sight of where the next blow might be coming from. That's the spirit, scrawn bag. I ain't done with you yet. Mago conjured up a black wind. Yep. Guess I'll have to start, Alright. Let me go ahead and jump for a counterattack. It's better off attacking than trying for a clumsy dodge. I tackled the goblin head on, and bounced helplessly off its enormous rock-like body, smashing headfirst through the floor. The shock of the impact jolted through my body. Just about managed to push my enemy's attack aside and tried to strike back with my knife, landing a heavy blow right in the goblin's unguarded flank. The goblin's face crumpled in agony. Kit lashed out with a lightning fast kick. There is more where that came from! Please, have mercy! The stricken goblin had collapsed to the floor, its eyes wide with fear. This ain't a game, Surge. Watch yourself, will ya? Oh boy. Jump for a counterattack. Oh shit. I died, didn't I? Ah, and I died. Ah. And that was how I died. Ha! Ah, Jesus. Well, I'm gonna have to try this again then. At least I know where to go this time and what not to do. But Surge, you really need to stop getting yourself in trouble. Honestly now. Oh, god damn it. I could have saved from then, but whatever. At least I know what to do. The problem with this game also is that if I hesitate from not picking a choice, it automatically goes. That's why I was kind of surprised as well. Oh, fame is thy cuteness, Lycoris, and no one stands next to it. Heh. Wow, the dialogue is cringy. Of course it would be. Glorious gobstrike. Heh. Honestly though, oh. I could do this, but at least I know where to go this time and what to pick. Though, it's gonna be the same choices that I've picked up until now. At least when looking around the manor, I mean. Magic this time. Ah, Jesus. It's weird to hear Surge talk at this point, but then again, this is not the... If it ain't the glorious Lycoris. Failed miserably again, I welcome thy presence, see you suffer again. That's kinda what it feels like. Heh. Whatever. Wow, the Dark Souls of Chrono games. Don't start with the Dark Souls stuff again, oh god. I mean, honestly. Ah, yeah, Lycoris. Oh no. Are you gonna really build a shrine for this? 10. That's my fault for not saving. That's alright. At least I know what to do this time, so it's okay. Oops. Yes, because you are precious, I wouldn't have it any other way. Wait, that background. Huh? What about it? The soundtrack is... Yes. Alright, we were going right the last time. Yes, I'll go right again. Look, it kind of looks like that castle paw from one of the KH games. Oh my god. Huh. Alright, this is the clock tower. So we're gonna open that first. Starts the music. Silence. Oh god, Zaiban. Yep, this was the clock tower. Now we met that old crone. Eventually we'll have to go to the left corridor again because of, so that's what it was. You don't insult calling them a dottery old bag. Come on. Don't do that. Door creaking and floorboard creaking is audio jump scare. It is! Honestly. Hold on. I need to drink again. Sorry if you're hearing my glass. Like I'm just drinking with a straw. Like apart from water, I have chocolate milk on my desk. So that's what I'm drinking right now. Yep, time to heal you. Jeez. It's really hard to... Like, yes, it's half of a novel RPG and half of it being a visual novel. Alright, going right again. That was when we found the door to the treasure room. Tried to go inside, but you know, we got blocked. Because it's locked. Then when we went upstairs, there was that trap. I guess I know what to do with that this time, but you know. Or I wonder if I should just skip it because it's just gonna lead to further injury. Huh. I'm turning back. Didn't seem keen on going on Mago. What? You want to turn back? Huh. Fine. Have it your way, kid shrugged grumpily. Strange. She didn't usually care for other people's suggestions when she put her mind to something. Maybe some unconscious part of her could sense something terrible on the other side of the door. Without dwelling on it further, we went back down the stairs to the floor below. Yeah, no. That was a fucking death trap, and I ain't keen on going through that again. So let's see, we turn back. Went back down the stairs. Yeah, you read my mind. This place gives me the creeps. The three of us turned and made our way back down the stairs. Oh, we went back up that door. Nope, we're not. Let's see, we continued on was what I was supposed to do. Okay. This was the one to the clock tower. So we continued on. Let's see. Keep following the corridor. Yeah, we're going to the left. Let's see. Down the stairs. To the left. Down the stairs. Not going to the atrium because that was a trap too, so we're taking the passage to the right this time. Went down the stairs and took the passage to our right. Eventually came across the ornate door. There we go. Lynx's daughter's room. So time to pop inside. Things grab your hand leading you to shrine. Several stained glass windows depicting licorice twists. God damn it. The joke is still there, isn't it? Regarding my name, I mean. Now I know what to do, but I kind of want to pick the other choices this time too. Let's see. Open chest of drawers. I slid open one of the finely veneered drawers. Frills, lace, and sequins greeted me in reds, pinks, yellows, and a host of other vivid colors. A bounty of beautiful silk garments overflowed from within. Dresses, eh? Give us a look. I'd been just about to close the drawer again when Kit came up and started peering over my shoulder. She reached out a hand to touch one of them, though I sensed a certain hesitation. I've never worn anything this posh in my life. The gown she'd picked out was cut simply but beautifully. It was decorated with a pale floral pattern on a white background. She held it up to her chest and took a gentle whirl around the room. She was as light on her feet as a woodland nymph. The fabric fluttered like flower petals, and she held the hem just so. In that brief moment, you could almost have called her dainty. Huh! Stupid thing. Not exactly me, eh? I wouldn't say that. I think it really suits you. Oh, shut your gob, arse-kisser. Her face turned an angry red. Come on, we ain't got all night. The spell well and truly broken, she stomped out of the room. Really? Was that what it was? Ah. Should have picked the box again then. Yep, we're in Lynx's room again. Actually, let me try this again then. Wish I knew what would have happened if we picked on looking under the bed too. Someone was here already. Because a leaf just blew in. Alright, we'll go back later then. We'll head to Lynx's room. Oh shit. Well, that turned different. A scream pierced the darkness, turning my blood to ice. I realized that a pair of crazed blood-red eyes was staring into the depths of my soul. It was a griffin. Ah, Jesus. Can I say something? What is it, Saiba? In a panic, I tried to slip the knife from my belt. Before I could draw my weapon, the griffin had spread its powerful wings and swooped towards me with an almighty screech. It was knocked back and sent rolling across the room. I gasped with pain as the wind was knocked out of me. Surge, you okay? Every nerve in my body was screaming with pain. I held back the groans and staggered to my feet. I looked up to see the massive griffin in front of me. Its hellish red eyes stared down its beak. I was going to attack. What do I do? I ducked. Almost by reflex, I ducked the attack. The creature lunged at me with its razor-sharp beak. A sharp pain tore through my shoulder. Clutching my wounded shoulder, I rolled away to put some distance between us, then turned to face the griffin again. Yikes, that screech was just a jump scare. As the beast's mad red eyes glaring at me, just tightening my grip on my knife. I'm still facing the griffin. I tiptoed backward, trying to escape the battle. This was the kind of fight that was best left for a kid and Maggle to handle. At least that was what I told myself. And where do you think you're off to, eh? The griffin had tried to swat Kid away with its wings, but she dodged him effortlessly and countered with a sharp jab, simultaneously aiming her barb at me without even turning. Great, I'd been rumbled. But how? Did she have eyes in the back of her head? I didn't have time to think much more about it. The blow had sent the griffin lurching towards me, and once it regained its footing, it was clear it was tended for me to be its next target. For fuck's sake. Almost by... Jeez. Almost by reflex, I jumped back. The griffin's powerful talons tore through the air right in front of my stomach. I had just managed to avoid a lethal blow. As the beast's mad eyes glared at me, I desperately tightened my grip on my knife. Fine! I reversed my grip on my knife and plunged it into the griffin's neck with all my might. The griffin's body contorted with agony. Driven mad with rage, the griffin shook its head this way and that. I quickly pulled out my knife from his lap and rolled away to put some space between us. Don't move, Surge, she yelled from behind me. Suddenly she landed on my shoulder and then leapt up into the air. Crack! Her knee crashed into the side of the creature's skull, making a crunching sound I could feel in my bones. The griffin screeched in agony. And then, it turned its mad, crazed eyes towards me, where I lay on the floor, having been used like a springboard by Kid. Just my luck. Jumping back again. Oh god. Come on, die already. And then it stiffened, suddenly becoming completely rigid. Its eyes rolled into the back of its head, and it fell to the ground with an almighty crash. We'd done it. We'd actually defeated a griffin. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through, but I'm glad it was all over. Okay, let me see. Saiba. Being here really brings me so much joy. Feels like it's meeting with a cherished friend after a long time not seeing each other. I know we chat a bunch, but it just feels different to hear, even if you don't hear my voice much. I feel happy to at least hear yours. Aw, Saiba. Oh, hi, Jazzy. Hello, hello. Thank you for tuning into the stream. How are you? Phew. Okay. I am gonna save this because Jesus fucking Christ. Was not expecting that random encounter, and that's... Bleh. Alright. Gonna be going into Lynx's room again. Yeah. I appreciate everything you do, Saiba, as both a friend and a mod. I'm actually playing Radical Dreamers first before playing Chrono Cross itself. And I'm having fun so far, but I did a big oof and, you know, restarted because I died, not realizing that I could have just saved. So, Alright, time to go into Lynx's room then. Yes, group hug. There we go. Alright, key to the vault. Although I could ask where Lynx is, but I don't wanna. Oh, that's creepy. Yep. Basically a spirit in the mirror. Alright, time to go to the study again. Pretty much it feels like a half a JRPG and half a visual novel in here. So, in terms of it, yeah, being choose your own adventure. Well, I kind of want to go back inside again, but let's see. There you go. Yeah, this wasn't in the original. Radical Dreamers was never localized when Chrono Cross came out. So this is the first time everyone outside of Japan gets to play it. Alright, we're gonna go towards the atrium. So the original Japanese release had in the disc, or was it a separate game? Radical Dreamers was considered a separate game. So it was never localized outside Japan, and it never came with Chrono Cross. Nope, we're turning back. Oh shoot. I should have went towards the atrium, but we're not going into the atrium itself because, like, yeah, no. Bad experience there. Alright. Or was it, no, left passage leading upwards. The vibes of the claustrophobic passageways brings me back to the dungeon crawling games I used to play. I know, I'm kind of getting that vibe too. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and go to down the side passage. And then we're gonna pop into the study to find the key. Because if I go upstairs, I'm gonna be attacked by goblins over there. But I know I'll be attacked by goblins later anyway, as soon as we go into the room where the frozen flame is. So after my birthday event, I'm gonna be playing D&D with my brother now, so I'm preparing that. Ah! Ooh, good. Have fun then. Yeah, like really, have fun tomorrow. I will be popping into your stream late due to the fact that I am 3 hours behind you. So yeah. D&D 2 times in the day. Nice. There we go. Yee, scuff times. Oof, time exists. Yes. Oh fuck, my mood's plummeted. Oh no, Tam. Anywho, where are these goblins and so I'm gonna simulate them into a jar of jam. They're gonna come up in a bit. But then how in hell am I going upstairs again? Alright, let's go ahead and try to left branch of the terrace. Hold on, let me save this again. Is this the right door we got? No, it's not. Oh shit. We're in the main hall of the manor and now I'm gonna encounter the goblins again. Fuck. Ah, I'm dead. I don't want you to die again, but this is not where I died last time, so... Alright, yeah. Oh? Oh, this is different too. Suddenly, the darkness felt opaque. Something like a thick haze floated in the air in front of us. And then it took form like someone blowing smoke into a person-shaped bottle. He was robed in a ragged shroud, and its sunken eyes glinted menacingly. It was the burning hatred that lingers even after death had given form, a being driven by hatred for all living things. A ghost. Bugger. That's us out, Kid bit her lip. There wasn't anything she and I could do to deal with an enemy that had no physical body. A voice boomed out behind me. Mago had begun casting a spell. Yep, dude, you're the only one who can handle it. Kid and Surge cannot. Mago cast me a glance, continuing the incantation of missing a beat, then grabbed me by the scruff of my neck and threw me at the ghost. What the? No! Ah! I emitted a strangled scream of horror that I'd probably never be able to repeat again, and tried to brace myself before I crashed face first into the wall. The impact I was expecting never came. The core of the ghost, where its face used to be, had more substance than the rest of it. And I didn't just slip through it like I thought I would. I oozed through it like I was stuck in some kind of goo. Ye gods, it was disgusting. More disgusting than anything I'd ever known. And it was impossibly cold. It felt like it was draining all the heat right out of my body. Like it was draining my life force itself, in fact. I struggled to break free, but could find no purchase in the gooey ectoplasm. The coldness became more and more intense, and soon I didn't even know what cold meant anymore. This could be it for me, I thought. I was consumed by despair. And then, there was a surge of heat through the muscles of my neck in the place where Mago had grabbed me just a moment before. At the same time, his incantation echoed in my mind, and my vision was filled with a clear blue light. Surge! Oi, Surge! You still with us, mate? Someone was slapping me around the face. Someone who seemed to be enjoying it immensely. Kid! Stop it! Damn you! I leapt to my feet, wide awake again in an instant. Mag, did you really have to use me like this? When dealing with foes who attack the mind, it is simplest to lure them in with bait, then use their intended prey's consciousness as a conduit in order to make an assault from the astral plane. A direct magical attack would have meant a lengthy battle, a far less elegant solution, he replied, without a trace of guilt. The storytelling synergy between the writing and the visual audios are unreal. Sends quite a vibe. It does. Alright, let's keep moving. Kid gave the order to continue, seemingly completely oblivious to my brush with death. Starting to feel a little worse for the wearer. Was gonna have to be more careful from now on, or this was gonna end badly. Return to the corridor, going to the intersection. Stairs going down to the right, a dark passage. Went down the stairs. Wait, left to the atrium that resembled a sort of plaza, while the path to the right was a winding passage that trailed off in the darkness. No, let us turn back for a bit. And then... I'm gonna go to the terrace so we can go to the left side of the corridor there. Alright, save. Let's see, we kept following the corridor. Okay, I'm super tired, so I'm gonna head out to the dreamland. Night Cyber. Thank you for tuning in, and yeah, Get some good sleep. Good to have you here as always. Alright. Oopsie. There we go. Now we continued on. There you go. This one. Because the Titans decided the shrine wasn't enough, so they built a shrine in a cult. Oh no! Still gotta tweet about the event. Oi, yeah, you should start tweeting about your birthday event tomorrow, Jesse. Hold on, I'm saving here. I don't want to die like I did last time. Alright. This dungeon is perfect for your shrine. Hell no! The Viper Manor is freaking creepy. Both in Chrono Cross and here. We found the treasure room. Requesting it out of Twitter until the very last minute. Social media drains me out, yo. Can't blame you for feeling like that. Alright, the frozen flame. The fake frozen flame. Oof. Oh no. Not again. Here we go. Yeah, she was the one who activated the alarm due to the treasure. Well, time to hide for a bit. And now we're gonna encounter the goblins again. Flah. Let's see. I have to save her, even if it means my ass is gonna get kicked. Alright. Hopefully I will get out of this alive this time. Here we go. Let's see. Just about to manage to push my enemy's attack aside and try to strike back with my knife, only for the goblin to knock away my attack with a flick of its brawny arm and sending me crashing into the ground. The shock sent a flash of bright white light singing through my head. Alright, there you go. Ooh! I rolled across the floor, dodging the attack. The morning star crashed into the flagstone, sending sparks flying. That was a close shave. Made good my escape by rolling further, clumsily putting some distance between myself and my attacker. Alright, readied myself to parry the attack. Good. Landed a heavy blow into the flank. Flew down from overhead. Ah, shit. All the way. Rolled across the floor, dodging the attack. Good. Ooh, yes. Good. Alright, that's 2 down. 3 more to go then. Wasn't fast enough. The iron bolt crashed straight into my back. Ow. Oh god. Ooh! Mago had conjured lightning. Neither of the goblins hesitate for a moment, only to just be run through a spear of pure lightning conjured by Mago. The goblin let out a blood-curdling howl as electricity coursed through its body. It clutched awkwardly at its chest where it had been struck, with its face contorted with agony and horror. Tem. Oh god, the Temmies are building a pyramid of dyed stones that matches their color theme. Oh, Jesus. I'd love to do this for those goblin voices. They're saying some fun dialogue. They are! Mago's cape fluttered, and his piercing eyes stared coldly at his victim. None who defy me shall escape my wrath. Long live Lord Lynx. Glory to the Gob Squad. With these final words, the goblin collapsed. Oh, that was the last of them. We made it. Ha! Piece of cake, said Kid, putting a brave face on things as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. And then she stopped and looked at me. Surge. What were you thinking, you great Drongo? Getting the goblins to come after you like that. We really didn't have to, you know? Well, I'm glad, because they killed me last time. Still, thanks. Can't say I wasn't happy to see your crazy arse jump in like that. She was actually smiling at me. Kid's smile kindled a light inside me, and with it a peculiar warmth that came in ripples. And then Magos stepped in. Save the chatter for later. We can't waste any more time here. The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the manor. Alright, mate. Thanks for stating the obvious. It's not my bloody fault that Lynx had to make things so bloody difficult for everyone. Kid spun on her heel and made a sulky about face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to the pile of defeated goblins. This bunch of drongos say they're Lynx's elite guard, right? Bet they've got some nice loot on them. With that, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets. She was like a hyena sniffing her scraps. Hello, hello! What's this? She had found an odd metal plate. It resembled an open hand and was covered in runes. Reckon this might open some other magic door somewhere. Well, never know when it might come in handy. Either way, finders keepers. The plate vanished into Kid's pocket. It's a wonderful and appropriate opportunity. Yeah, that's why. Looks like there's nothing else worth taking, unless you count pocket lint and bits of string. She rose to her feet and looked around the room. You know, it's a real shame to leave the rest of all this loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we can come back for it whenever. Kid turned to face us and flashed a grin. Alright, lads, get a move on. It ain't gonna be dark forever. That hand-shaped plate is our only clue for now, muttered Mago, seemingly to himself. And with that, we left the vault in search of the real frozen flame. Why line redeem above her whenever you get into another encounter? Let's see. So far we've been through all the known areas that we know about. You know, what were traps, and of course, where important stuff happened. So, let's go to the terrace, see if we can find anything. We continued on. As I am not going back in that damn atrium after what happened. We returned to the quiet terrace overlooking the garden, and then... Let me talk to Kid. Alright, Serge? You're finally starting to learn how to get your hands dirty, ain't ya? Guess people really can change if they put in the effort. Kid's eyes shone with an impish playfulness. Well, she hadn't seen anything yet. We should go back inside. We're not here for fun, muttered Mago. Well, he said that, but... Are you alright, Serge? You're looking rather pale. That wasn't the half of it. I heard all over and I felt dizzy. Wasn't going to be in a fit state to fight if we happen to run into any more enemies. Right. Dust yourself up and let's get moving. We've got work to do, said Kid. Well, she said that, but guess we're going into the manor. The thing is, we need to search for the real frozen flame. But where? Because I already know what the trap upstairs in the left corridor would be. But then going right, I kind of know where to go. So, Leading the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? She jabbed her finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale white bundle of something shaking in the shadows. Huh, that's strange. He moved in front of Kid to try to get a better look. And then suddenly, the strange presence started crawling across the floor towards us at an unbelievable speed. I didn't have time to brace myself. The white figure reached my foot and then reared up to its full height. Ah, it's a skeleton again. Ah, go away. The skeleton and I stood face to face, its empty eye socket staring straight at me, or seeming to at least. Completely to my surprise, I staggered 2 or 3 steps backwards. The skeleton let out a rasping hiss as it slashed at me with its sword. The tip of the blade grazed my cheek. I was lucky. Had it not been for Mago pulling me out of harm's way at the last moment, my head would have been rolling on the floor. Thanks, Mag, I mumbled at the days, sitting awkwardly on the floor after losing my footing. Eat this! Kid's foot slammed into the skeleton until her sweeping attack left it open. There was a crunching sound and a clattering of bones as the skeleton was knocked back by the blow. Its body split clean in two at the waist. Better luck next time, muttered Kid dryly. As if in response, the skeleton's upper body picked itself up from the ground, turning its skull towards me. Balancing its body with its left hand, it then pulled the skull from its head with its right. What is it doing Before I could get the words out, it had heaved its skull at me. What was I gonna do? Dodge. Whoosh. The skull sailed past me as I quickly stepped aside. Ow! Only to smash into Kid, who was standing right behind me. That bloody hurt! What did you move out of the way for? She returned the favor by thumping me at the back of my head. Mago walked over to where the skull lay on the floor and stamped on it, shattering it to pieces. The rest of the skeleton collapsed, falling apart with a clatter. It didn't move after that. That's a different outcome compared to the first time. We're done here. Let's get moving. Sorry for causing so much trouble, Lycoris. You are fine. Wait a second, what's that? There was a leather bag on the ground, containing some recently cooked meat. Lucky me, I bit into the meat without a moment's hesitation. After devouring the unexpected windfall, I felt a little better. Oi! Where's my share? Busted! I pretended not to hear. I'm starting to feel a little worse for the wear. I was going to have to be careful from now on, or this was going to end badly. Oh, God. Serge, don't die again. Let's see. There you go. Path to left, main corridor. Okay. The study we've been to. The main hall we've been to. Down the stairs? I guess. Yeah, nothing like meat from a leather bag on the ground. I don't want to go to the atrium because that is a freaking trap. So we're gonna go ahead and take the passageway to the right. Ah, this is Riddle's room. No, we're just not gonna go here. I'm gonna go into Lynx's room. Let's see. After reassembling the skeleton utters the haunting words, "You're gonna have a bad time in Comic Sans." Huh. So this was where you've been hiding, Lynx, yelled Kid as she barged into the room. What? Is Lynx here? I followed after her, panicking. I looked around to see no one else but us. Where is he? Kid was just standing there, clearly not in any danger at all. It was a joke, idiot. Jesus. All the strength drained from my body. That was serious, did you? Chuckled Kid, trying not to laugh too hard. Ah, I bet you wish you were living the easy life rather than trapezing around after me, eh? Your face! I ignored her and walked over to the mirror draped with the red silk cloth. Hi there. Sorry about all the noise. The statue of Venus in the mirror giggled back at me. That's quite alright, Serge. What is your desire? Came her husky alto. Nothing much. Just thought I'd check up on you since I was here. You mustn't say such things. Your friends will become envious, she giggled mischievously. You what? Said Kid, her voice completely flat. And why would I be envious? Please, there is no need to get upset. I have a gift for you. Oh yeah? Yes. Well, one might call it that. You see, I thought you might be interested to see what it is like inside the mirror. Wait, so you're inviting us to the realm of mirrors? Kid's interest was suddenly piqued. Won't take up much of your time. Come, Kid. Step inside. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. Kid reached out her hand towards the glass, then hesitated. She deliberated for a moment before finally pulling it back. You go first, Serge. You're her favorite. Are you sure? Kid nodded, and filled with excitement I pressed my hands to the mirror. The surface was like cool water on my fingertips. No, Serge, you mustn't. What? Suddenly, cracks formed in the glass. I gasped, what's happening? The statue in the mirror was weeping. I wish you weren't so trusting. You forget that I serve Lynx. What? I blurted out. I meant to trap you and your friends. The cracks in the mirror grew bigger, splintering off into more and smaller cracks. And that is not all. I foresaw your coming long ago and warned Lynx of it. But why? You were imprisoned here by Lynx, weren't you? Sighed Maggle. The statue of Venus nodded mournfully. He sealed the path to mirrors beyond, preventing me from leaving the manor. Were someone to shatter all the mirrors within the manor's walls, I would be doomed. I would vanish, separated from my siblings forever. Eventually, the statue raised its head, but I cannot stand to be at his mercy anymore. The cracks deepened further, and shards of glass began to fall to the floor. Stop! I can't let you do this, I yelled, grabbing the mirror frame with both hands. This is what I want. Lynx will not suffer me to live after betraying him, said the image in the mirror, looking at me. But why are you trying to help us? Will that be your final question, Serge? Something in its voice felt like the trace of a smile. Very well. The truth is, But just then, the mirror finally split from top to bottom. The image's lips moved gently, but no words came out. I tried to scream, but I could do little more than whimper. I took a shard of glass from the floor and gripped it tightly in my hand. Serge? Behind me, Kid was softly calling my name. I gave a slight nod and slowly turned around. Let's go. As we left the room, I turned to look back one last time, my eyes coming to rest on the remains of the mirror. I'd never be able to hear her voice again. I turned again and left the room. The corridor stretched from beyond the door. We retraced our steps. I wonder if we should pop into her room here, see if there's anything we'll encounter. If not, then I'll go ahead and go to the library, the study again. I really don't want to go to the atrium because that set up a trap last time. I feel like it may be our only way to go. If not, I'll try to pop into the study. Alright, here we are. Back at this stupid thing where it's gonna be a trap again, huh? Ah, on the other side, another arch entrance. Alright, time to prepare for that stupid trap. Here we go. Yeah, no, we're not going back in there again after everything. Oh? Oh, did the egg post something? Should I ask? Like, were they making art for themselves? You know, did they make like new art? Ah, I see it. Very nice. I'm glad that Egg made fan art for you. Yes, please. You can, yeah, go ahead and link it. Let everyone else see it too. There you go. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks. Hello, hello, what do we have here? She pointed to the side of the entranceway of the hall. Oh, this stupid statue again. What the... Frickin' mouth of truth. Nope, not going through that again. There you go. I wonder what would happen if I start putting something into the statue, though. Let's see. But then again, I'd rather not. Oh, this time it's not giving me a choice to... Alright, a small silver mirror. Oh my god, I took the small silver mirror. The sculpture stared impassively, its marbled beard still commanding my attention. I stuffed the mirror into its mouth. It didn't seem to be the right item for the job. Don't see any cavities. Yeah, very funny. Now give back my favorite mirror. Give me favorite mirror back before that thing chomps it to pieces. She lost her patience and snatched it off me. So it was a rather nice mirror. I pictured her gazing into it as she braided her hair. Do you want to try something else? Asked Mago dryly. I chose... Let's see, the hand-shaped plate. I took the hand-shaped plate that we've found. Let me see. My god, it's been years since I saw Chrono Cross. Never finished it though. Disc 2 broke during an oopsie. Ah, oh no, you didn't get to complete Chrono Cross? Wow. Like, where were you up to before the disc broke? I took the hand-shaped metal plate we'd found. After taking another look at the runes, I was no closer to working out what they might mean. Here goes nothing. I stuck the plate into the mouth of Truth's marble maw. As soon as I did, its eyes rolled upward, and the wall gave a light judder. A low rumbling sound came from the sculpture's mouth. This, indeed, is the ultimate truth of the universe. Did you hear something? Yeah. I watched the mouth of Truth in confusion. Its great marble tongue lolled out almost like a snake. It coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside. What's going on? In a panic, I looked to Mago for answers. Seems this ineffable truth of the universe has left even the mouth of Truth tongue-tied. Mago answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might even have been trying to make a joke. Hang on, so that plate thingy revealed the truth of the universe, and you went and crammed it down Beardy's gullet? Do you realize how much we could have sold that for? Kid kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. And then, drains on all sides of the room suddenly opened wide. The red water formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the pteranodons were washed away with the current. Soon, only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away. Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess you won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight, grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. We crossed the drain room, making for the exit on the other side, and pressed on. Oh, good. So that trap was meant to deactivate after all that. We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves a fork in the road. The corridor stretched to the left or the right. Alright, saving that because that's the first time going that far. Also, I'm gonna be right back for a bit. 5 to 10 minutes. You know how it is. So yeah, I'm gonna take a small break and then I'll be right back. Alright. Alright, back. Alright, now then, left or right? Alright, going right. We continued down the dark, dank corridor until some stairs leading downward finally came into view. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. Thank you, Jesse. What the hell? Another intersection? Jesus. Right. Followed the corridor for a while before coming to a small door. Get a whiff of that. Something smells good, whispered Kid, sniffing the air. Alright, went inside. We opened the door. Blimey, this is a small kitchen. Must be for the servants, commented Mago. I scanned our surroundings. A basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, some food made ready for tomorrow, and a mousetrap. It looked like any other commoner's kitchen. Kid walked over to a large pot filled with food and peered inside. Looks like tomorrow's lunch. Wanna try some, Serge? Well, timidly I peered into the pot. It looked like stew and it didn't smell bad at all, almost inviting. I scooped some up with a ladle and brought it up to my mouth. It was delicious. This stuff's delicious. You should grab a bowl, Kid, I urged between bites. Kid was looking at me again, staring at me intently, in fact, like she was searching for something. Well, you ain't going green or nothing. Guess it's safe. Alright, let's have a try. She licked her lips with anticipation and swiped my spoon right out of my hand. Fancy a taste, Mag? No. Kid grabbed for a bowl from nearby and began spooning out more. I did the same. There you go. Knew it would be for healing. We ate our fill. The stew was still warm, and it felt as though the magic of fresh home cooking was easing my wounds somewhat. Suddenly, a little voice rang out. You there, the young man with the braid. Kid froze. Oi! Who are you calling the bloke? Kid barked angrily in the direction the voice was coming from. A mouse was looking at us with eyes like saucers, from the inside of a mouse trap hanging from the wall in the corner of a room. Oh, I'm sorry. You're a young lady, I see. The mouse bowed its head in apology. Please, kind young lady, you must hear me out. The mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly at Kid. I left the nest to find food for my mother, but as you can see, I managed to get myself caught in the trap. If you leave me here, I will surely be eaten by goblins. Kid eyed the little creature suspiciously. Eaten by goblins? Wait, that's stew! Putting two and two together, Kid ran for the sink. I beg of you, please free me from this trap. My mother is sick and she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me. The mouse was clearly begging for its life, but there was also an odd glint in its eye. Meanwhile, Kid was at the sink. Blah! Ugh, I'm never gonna get that taste out of my mouth. I'll be buggered if I'm hanging around here any longer. Kid had returned from the sink, only to stamp off towards the door. She was looking very green around the gills. Kindly young lady, I don't suppose you could free me first? You got yourself into this mess. You can sort it out yourself. Kid all but spat on the ground as she left the room. The mouse's eyes welled up as it looked up to me. Young man, please, you're my only hope. I'll free you. Gah, fine. Unable to bear it staring at me anymore with those pleading eyes, I lifted down the cage and opened the door. The mouse bounded happily out from inside. Hee hee hee. The mouse gave a weird chuckle. You poor naive fool. Suddenly, its body began to balloon massively in size. Oi, Serge! What are you doing in... Kid stopped in horror the moment she opened the door. A griffin? Really? I am not fighting that thing again. Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus. Bugger me a griffin. The enormous creature stared balefully down at us. Idiot humans. My mother is not sick, but yours will be when it sees what I've done to you. Good going, Serge. You're a bloody liability, you are. Oh, hi, Yuzu. Thank you for tuning into the stream, and yes, thank you for the headpats. Oof. Okay, maybe I made a mistake, but she didn't have to rub it in like that. The griffin made an almighty cry and leapt right at us. Its razor-sharp talons sliced through the air, raking down towards me. Caught off guard, I tried my best to dodge the attack, but the blow never came, as the griffin suddenly lost its balance and came crashing to the ground. Huh? Wait, Lycoris, a quiet reminder that there was a voice line redeem earlier also. What voice line redeem? It never came up in chat. Ah, there we go. I see it now. Okay. What? You're supposed to type out what you want me to say for a voice line redeem. We both had redeems. Let me check. The only voice line redeem I got Ah, my bad, Jazzy. I'm gonna go ahead and give your... Mine was to voice all the silly encounters. Oh, whoop. This would actually count as a silly encounter, but it's also horrifying. Let me try to see if I can find anything humorous in this, because yeah, I killed the Gop Squad earlier. My bad. Oh bother, I'm too hungry to even fight properly. What on earth? I breathe a sigh of relief, running my hand down my chest. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. I guess it's a dramatic reading, though, so I can redeem that. I see. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her knuckles. Oh, there we go. Now I can go ahead and read this in Gremlin / Well, Gremlin? How the fuck am I going to go to Gremlin voice? Because usually the ooh is just... Let's see. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her nose. Please, kindly young lady, this is a misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. Panicking, the creature leapt up to its feet. You can't kill me. I have useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything. Yeah? I know how much a promise for the likes of you is worth. Kid took another step towards the griffin, not skipping a beat. Hark! Please! Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away. Enough! Mago called for Kid to stop. Let's hear it. Oh, thank you, kind sir. The griffin was beside itself with relief. Spoil my fun, why don't you? Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away. Listen well, our merciful savior. Right thrice, left twice, right twice. Should you find yourself trapped in one of Lynx's swirling snares, remember my words. Oh boy, done. We already went right 2 times from the moment we popped over here. Hold on. I'm gonna write this down because apparently it seems Lynx has caught us into a genjutsu sort of trap so that we could never truly find him. Okay, there we go. Should you find yourself trapped and run a Lynx's swirling snares, remember my words. With that, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall. R3, L2, R2. Thank you, gaming. Trapped in Lynx's snares? Ha! As if I'd be thick enough to walk into one of his traps. Let's get out of here. We've wasted enough time already. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the kitchen. Let's see. The way to the left ended a staircase going up. The corridor also continued directly ahead, but the way was completely enshrouded in darkness. We pressed on. Continued down the corridor until it ended at a large door covered in scratches and other odd marks. Above the door was a wooden plate. It bore the legend guard room in elaborate calligraphy. Well, guards are one thing we definitely don't need right now. Come on, let's do one. With Kid around, who knew what kind of mess we were about to get into? Maybe. But with Serge around, who knows what kind of traps we're about to walk into. What a trusting relationship we enjoyed. Then let us turn back for now. We made our way back through the corridor. Let's see. Yes, we can go ahead and go right. The passage soon ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid taking the lead, we started to climb the narrow staircase. When we reached the top, we found ourselves at the end of a long, straight corridor. We continued on. We followed the corridor, eventually reaching a fork in the path. The path on the left would continue to take us back to the atrium with the fountain. The corridor will also continue directly turn ahead, but the way was in complete darkness. If we're gonna head straight, I think we'll end up with Lynx's or Riddle's rooms. Let's check. Oh. Oh? We continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Bloody marvelous. Another bloody door with a bloody magic barrier on it. Wonder what's inside. Me sixth sense tells me that it ain't treasure. Kid whispered to us, back to us as she examined the door. I suspect that this is the manor's dungeon, replied Magil, his eyes closed in concentration. You can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. But there is nothing we can do, and thus it is of little concern to us now. Let us turn back. With no way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. Alright, we're going back to the atrium because that was a trap before, but the water should be drained now. And also, there was another corridor in there that we didn't get to go because we had to not get eaten with fishes with teeth earlier. So let's go in there then. We arrived back in the atrium. An exit leading to Lynx's and Riddle's rooms gaped ominously from across the cavernous space. Let's see. Hold on, before I even do anything. There you go. We took the path to the right towards the stairs. We continued to the path ahead. Let's see. The path ahead for a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is Little's room, so we'll turn back. I think we'll go ahead and go up the... Let's see. Not the atrium, probably like left past. Let me see. Alright. Another intersection. Huh. Taking the corridor to the right door would lead us to a dead end with a large door. All the way the left was at the passage. The narrow side. Ah. Okay. I wonder if we're gonna find something in the study then, just in case. Ah! Darn cats. What? I wonder if we'll find any more clues in the study. We're done here, ain't we? Let's go someplace else. Really? We only went there to go get the key then? Bleh. Ah. Went down the stairs. Back to the turns didn't do anything. We still have to explore Viper Manor. Then what? Probably going down the stairs. The cats are like, Mother, we are here, love us. Sounds about right. Wait, this is Lynx's room, isn't it? Nope, we're turning back. Let's see, we turn back, we go into Lynx's room. No, we'll continue our way. The intersection. We're going back into maybe... Ah! Hey, Licorice, what do you think of a cat cam? That would actually be interesting. Alright, took the left passage towards the stair upwards. Another intersection. But I feel like if we take the door, I think at that, yeah, we were going into the main hall. So we're turning back. Fine, let's go to the atrium, see if there's anything. Let me see here. Sounds like your gremlins are knocking things over unless that's the game. No, it's the gremlins. There we go. On the other side of the room, there was an open exit that led deeper into the manor. Alright, we're going in there then. Kid stopped in her tracks, signaling us with a hand behind her back. She drew her knife and stared into the darkness. We heard the clinking of metal just up ahead. Goblin guards. It wasn't likely there'd be anyone else going for a nighttime stroll around the manor wearing armor. Suggested a tactical retreat. A tactical retreat? How about a tactical boot up the arse instead? Look, you're never gonna get good at thieving if you keep acting like such a bloody chicken. Having rejected my suggestion, Kid seemed to take great pleasure in putting the boot in for good measure. They won't know what hit him, she shouted, leaping into battle. Caught on the back foot, I fumbled with my knife. Unless you want me to die? There were 5 of them in total. They weren't any ordinary goblins, though. Having been well looked after in this palatial manor, they've grown to be even bigger than Maggle. Each of them were carrying the manor's goblin's trademark, a morning star consisting of a rod and a heavy spiked iron ball in the chain. Wait, or is it a flail? I could never remember, and I didn't have much time to think much more about it. Goblin came rushing past us overhead. The iron ball crashed into the stone tile I was standing on only moments before crushing it. Had I tried to stop it with my knife, I would have been lucky to escape with a fractured skull. Having missed me, the goblin lost its balance. I plunged my knife through the back of its weapon hand. The goblin's face contorted with pain as it dropped its morning star. I knew that going for its hand would be much more effective than trying to land a good hit on its fleshy, porcine body. I threw the knife at the goblin's face. By reflex, it immediately raised its buckler to catch the blow. I took the opportunity to grab the goblin's morning star from the floor and slip behind its back. All I had to do next was bring the morning star down on its head. It turned around right on cue. It's now or never. I swung the iron ball down towards its face, but the weapon was a lot harder to handle than I thought, and the goblin easily parried it with the back of its thick, fleshy hand. The chain was yanked savagely, pulling me off balance, and then I was kicked into the air. It felt as if I was falling forever, like an autumn leaf floating gently from a tree. It wasn't the stone floor that broke my fall, but the embrace of a pair of muscular arms. Get back! Maggle dropped me to the floor like a sack of potatoes and advanced on the goblin. He took the mace from its belt and charged towards him. He lashed out with a kick, sending the mace flying. His foot came down again, this time on the goblin's hideous face. The creature's features crumpled inward, and its body fell to the floor with a heavy thud. It was all over with a second. Goblins here are built. Yeah, they are! That is why I don't like them. You're bloody pathetic. That was Kid. It's no good nabbing a weapon you don't know how to handle, is it? Try using your head for once, will ya? Sometimes I really did despair. I was desperate. Sometimes I really did despair. I was doing my best just to survive. Would it have hurt her to offer a, "You alright, mate," just once in a while, only to mix up things a little? I'm a grown man, you know, I have feelings, I said to myself as usual. Trying to tell her that for real would have been a swift road to an early grave and nothing else. Starting to feel a little worse for wear. Yep, that's why I'm so worried for Serge. He's not made for thieving. went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at the fork of the road. The corridor stretched off left and right. Alright, we're going right again then. Continue down the dark, dank corridor until some stairs leading downward finally came into view. Went down the stairs. Slowly we crept down the stairway, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves... okay. We're gonna go left then. And it's midnight here. We continue on downwards until it ended at a large door covered with scratches and other odd marks. Oh, this again. The guard room. Yeah, the guard room in elaborate calligraphy. And it's midnight here. Whoops. Well. Reckon this might be worth to find the key to that door upstairs. No getting past that bloody magic barrier without it. Kit pressed an ear against the door and listened carefully. Doesn't look like anyone's in here, she whispered. Alright, Kit opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside. And so we had thought it would have been empty, but there inside was a lone goblin. It was sitting in the chair with a book in its hand. A light steam drifted from the teacup on the table in front of it, and with it a delicate aroma. Are we gonna fight it or no? The goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. There was something different about this one. I can tell that much at a glance. Heavens! How rare it is to have guests! Heavens! How well spoken for a goblin! I could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him. Nonetheless. Sorry, mate, but we're not your guests. Cough up the key to the dungeon if you want to live. Kit slammed her knife into the table to illustrate her point. But the goblin didn't so much as flinch. Ah, you must be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I've always so wanted to meet you. Why, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would. Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. With a quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book, a mere inch from his face. I see that your approach is as radical as the name of your merry band would suggest, the goblin said, pulling the knife free and handing it back to Kid. She took it without a word, but her gaze had changed. She was like a cat, cautiously studying her prey. I was just getting to the good part, too. Ah, well, I suppose I shall have to give up on ever finishing it now. The goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder and into a nearby bin. Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I am Grismeld, and I am the guard on watch. Dang, how did the goblin know Lycoris is ravishing? No, I am not, oh my god! No need to stand, please. Do take a seat. You're welcome to tea, of course. The goblin beckoned to us to sit down. Did he mean to poison us? If I may. Mago calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. I sat down next to Mago, or I like that Kid. No, I'll sit down. Decided to trust Mago's instincts and took a seat next to him. He had some kind of plan in mind, I was sure of it. Kid didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. She was standing with her arms crossed, eyeing the goblin suspiciously. The goblin poured 3 cups of tea. Here you are. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Mago took his teacup and lifted it up to his lips. He sipped, then placed the cup back on its saucer. Himyalin tea. Not a blend I'd expect to find here. What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Oh my god. So Mago and Grismeld are tea lovers. Oh, that's nice. Oh, this is getting interesting to me too. I can see the small flustered blush of embarrassment on your face, Lycoris. It just makes you all the more adorable. Shush! What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend, and one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes. I couldn't believe the conversation I was hearing, but I also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. I couldn't shake the fear that it might be poisoned, but I also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelled. Before I knew it, the cup was in my hands. "This is great," I blurted out. I'd never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. About to have a tea ceremony with a goblin, here you go. Yeah, I was trying to also read it as poshly and as funny as possible, considering how the goblin speaks. My aches and pains faded away. Oh good, I'm healed. I glanced over at Kid, who was blowing manically at the liquid in her cup. I had forgotten that she was paranoid about burning her tongue on things, her mouth on things. Now, sus, totes sus. Now that we're comfortable, let's get down the brass tracks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon, as you surmised. But you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away. I glanced over the Kid again. Typical. She wasn't listening to a word Grismeld was saying. She was still huffing and puffing at her tea. It seemed it would be up to me to respond. I suppose that means he wants something in return. You'd like to know what I want? I want your heads. Grismeld's eyes glistened behind its spectacles. Or rather, I'm sure that's what my employer would have said. But no, I have no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you. Grismeld chuckled as he said this. What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. In other words, the rest of the goblin guards. Perhaps you may have one or two ripping yarns to share. Grinning, he added, I'm sure notorious thieves such as yourselves must have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves. So, you wanted to hear a story. That seemed a more than fair price to pay for the key. I closed my eyes and thought, aha! I know just the story. How did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. And then... she was searching for a gold sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's illness. Then... let's see, she walked and walked, but the sunflowers event. The poor girl went off 3 days and 3 nights. She walked and walked, but the sunflower is nowhere to be found. The fragments I remembered seemed about right. There was only one way the story could end. I took a breath and began my tale. One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. She was searching for a golden sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's illness. She walked and walked, but the sunflower was nowhere to be found. And then, in her moment of darkest despair, she saw a brilliant light. It was none other than the golden sunflower she sought. The young girl gratefully pocketed the sunflower seeds. These will surely save my mother, she thought. She rushed home to give them to her, and her dear mother was hale and hearty once more within days. And they all lived happily ever after. That was beautiful, murmured Kid, wiping a tear from her eye. Grismeld frowned. Not quite what I was expecting, and not the most riveting of tales, but I suppose it will do. The key, as promised. I took it from Grismeld's hand. Something didn't seem right, though. Was he really going to give it up so easily? Yep, still feeling sus. And was it really alright to trust such a strange goblin? Grismeld seemed to notice my suspicion. He leaned back into his chair, looking at the ceiling. When I was a young tyro, a braver, stupider goblin, I once served General Viper, who was the lord of this manor, until his betrayal by Lord Lynx. Despite my boorishness, Lady Riddle always saw something in me worthy of praise. Wait, Riddle? What's Lynx's adopted daughter got to do with anything? Oh, you didn't know? Riddle's real father was none other than General Viper himself. What? Lord Lynx spared Lady Riddle's life so as not to snuff out that of the frozen flame. It's an uncanny stone, you see. Has a life of its own, and some kind of spiritual bond with Lady Riddle. If only there were some way that I could free Milady from this manor. Alas, I alone am powerless to do any such thing. Of course, I would have no qualms if, say, you were to topple the usurper. I assume you intend to? Slay the old beast, I mean. It was a strange inquiry to make so casually. Well, if it comes to it, it's more than a little taken aback by the directness of Grismeld's question. I'd never expected to find one of Lynx's own guards asking me something like that. Suddenly, I was shoved aside. Not if it comes to it. We're gonna kill him tonight. And kill him good. It was Kid, of course. And, in exchange, some more of that tea to take with us. Kid held out her hand before Grismeld could offer an answer. I suppose I have a bag I can share. Grismeld shuffled awkwardly in his seat as he retrieved it. As ever, I was impressed at how Kid's uncompromising attitude and willingness to speak her mind seemed to always get her what she wanted. Bonzer, sit tight and leave the rest to us, mate. Stowing the bag in her pocket, Kid took the job. You can trust me. I'm a girl of me word. That might have been the biggest lie she'd ever told. She made for the door with a spring in her step. We left the room and Grismeld behind. Thank you for that, Patsy Yuzu. Thank you. Suddenly, Kid stopped in her tracks. Something's there. I quickly looked around to see what it was. There was nothing... this one. There was nothing behind us or in front of us. Where could it be? And then, just as I was trying to figure it out, the wall began moving. A rectangular section opened up and swung around, revealing two enormous goblins clinging to the back. This. Yeah, they were into the main hall last time. And now they're here. It's like something from one of those stories from assassins sneaking around old castles. You goblins, screamed Kid. They definitely look like goblins to me. Maybe a touch on the large side. 4 in total, right? Alright, jumping back. I deflected the goblin's driving strike up towards the ceiling and aimed an almighty blow at its face with my foot. My momentum unbroken, I turned full circle in the air and landed perfectly back on my feet, immediately moving in to thrust my dagger deep into its chest. The blade sank in up to the hilt. What the hell? Sensing danger, I jumped back. The goblin's hand grabbed uselessly at the air where I'd been standing. Had I been a moment later, it would have caught me. It was dealing with a monstrously persistent foe. But having spent the last of its strength, the goblin lost its balance and collapsed to the floor where it succumbed to its wounds. I realized then that everything was quiet and the fighting had ended. That must have been the last goblin. We left the room and took the left down the corridor. We followed it for a while before coming to an intersection. The way to the right ended up with a staircase going up and then continued darkly ahead, but the way is completely enshrouded in darkness. Alright, going up. The passage soon ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid taking the lead, we started to climb the narrow stairways. When we reached the top, we found ourselves at the end of a long straight corridor, and we continued on. Followed the corridor, reaching a fork in the path. Towards the cell. Continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. There you go. Right, the key we got from that creepy goblin should do the trick. Kid slipped the key into the lock. The heavy door groaned slightly as it slowly swung open. Clammy air rose up around our feet, as if crawling blindly through the darkness. This didn't seem the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. We pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness. There was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2. Oh, Gulliver, Melgid, Zoranda, forgive me, please. Please forgive me. We heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering and crying pathetically. I strained my eyes to look inside. Faintly, in the darkness, I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the floor. So this was the source of the voice. "Wait, you alright, mate?" Kid called out to the figure. "Forgive me. It's my fault. It's my fault. The dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddle. Oh, forgive me, I beg of you." The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. He only sat facing the wall begging forgiveness for who knew what. "Hello? Can you hear me?" asked Kid, trying again. There will be no getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created, said Smaggle, cutting her off. "Shell? What do you mean?" I asked. "He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. He is running from something. Something terrible. He has seen something, or been through something, or has done something. And so he has created his own world on the inside as a final refuge. The outside world lost to him forevermore." I looked at Mago in surprise. I had detected a hint of unspoken sadness in his words. For some reason, he was looking at Kid, watching over her as she stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Mago turned back to me, assuming his usual motionless expression once more. "We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It's only inevitable that some would try to escape it." But despite his hard words, his eyes retained a certain softness, his steely gaze giving way to a gentle light. "Do you understand?" "Can you be a bit more specific?" "I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean. Could you explain a little more?" I asked him. "Of course. You have seen the rep state Kid enters before stealing something, I take it?" "Oh, I'd seen it all right. An image of Kid, hands clutched in front of our heart, twirling stars for pupils, floated immediately into my mind. The item in question may not be hers yet, but in her mind she has already taken possession of it. Become possessed by it, even. In other words, she has been transported to a place completely outside herself. The man you see before you has been transported to a similar place, albeit a much darker one. It made total sense to me now. I still find it amazing how an example from close to home can explain things so clearly. Mag, you're treading on some very thin ice there. Was he? I mean, he had a point. My musings were cut short by her fist crashing into the side of my head. Don't you even think about agreeing with him, Serge. I could get on her bad side without even opening my mouth. It was almost impressive. We're not gonna get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's just leave him behind. Let's just leave him be and try someplace else. Kid made for the door of the dungeon. Wait, called Mago. We must find some way to get this man to speak. What for? I mean, he's speaking already, just none of it makes sense. What are you after? Some things he said piqued my curiosity. He mentioned the dragoons, and Riddle too. So, you said the dragoons are ancient history, snapped Kid. Besides, how can we trust anything he says? He's clearly gone off his rocker. She had a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did Mago expect him to say? Without missing a beat, Mago replied, we simply have to bring him back to reality. And how are we gonna do that? You want me to do a little dance for him or something to see if that gets his motor going? Please don't. No. Please don't do that. The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. What are you saying? Her eyes narrowed threateningly. You don't think anyone want to see me dance, is that it? What? No, completely the opposite. In fact, actually, ignore me. Nah, this should be good. Enlighten me, why don't ya? He's right, it won't work. And just like that, Kid's fist was flying toward Magel's face instead of mine. He dodged the blow with ease and carried on as if nothing has happened. We must break through the shell he has created and drag him back to the real world. In order to do that, we will need some kind of key. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he has erected. Gotta focus on preparing the event now. It's been fun listening in. Thank you for tuning in, Sibby. And yeah, I will see you tomorrow during your birthday stream. Do your best to focus on what you need to do. Yeah, and where are we gonna find this key? Asked Kid suspiciously. I don't know, came Magel's simple reply. But there is someone in this manor who can tell us. You don't mean... You're not talking about Riddle, are you? I am, Magel replied with a nod. Alright, fine. Don't know what the heck you expect her to tell us, though. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the gibbering old man in the dungeon alone with his sorrow. What, are we heading back into Riddle's room in order to find her, maybe? I followed Kid and Magel back out into the corridor. After making our way down the dark corridor, we came to a branch of the path. Let's see. The path to the right will take us back to the atrium with the fountain. Going straight will take us to some stairs going down. Alright, let's see. We continued down the dark, dank corridor until some stairs leading downward finally came into view. Go down the stairs. Okay, no. We're gonna go back to the atrium then. Since that's the way to reach to Riddle and Lynx's rooms. Let's see if we can find Riddle then. Alright, we'll continue on. Let's see. Continue the path ahead. There you go. Went inside. Is someone there? Came the voice of a young woman. We shrank into the shadows. The woman appeared from deeper within the room. She was slightly made up and had a gentle, unthreatening air about her. It was Lynx's daughter. Strange. I'm sure I heard someone. I was at a loss on what to do for a moment, but before I'd had time to do much more than hold my breath, Kid had already darted over and thrust her... What? And thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck. Where's the frozen flame? Answer me. Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way? Shut your trap, Serge! Riddle couldn't help but giggle as she watched us bickering. What are you laughing at? Kid shot Riddle a harsh look. It's just, you don't seem like thieves at all. You little... You want me to cut you, girl? I'd be surprised if that knife could cut anything. For a moment I felt faint, imagining Riddle on the floor covered in blood. But then... Clang. Kid had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw it had only been a letter opener. Heh, didn't think you noticed. Whatever, I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway. I have no desire for bloodshed either, said Riddle, in a voice that was almost a whisper. I am not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess, you're trapped in the manor too? Riddle only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question. The frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall into Lynx's hands. Riddle spoke quietly, but deep emotion clearly underpinned her voice. The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north who kept it for generations. He was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times, until eventually it came into my father's possession. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then, on that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everything. Riddle shook her head and buried her face into her hands. I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about that stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. I just want to take it away from Lynx and smash it to pieces right in front of him. And only we can make that happen. Riddle looked up with surprise as Maggle spoke. No one else in the world can seize that jewel from Lynx. Riddle stared, speechless. And then, in a low voice, she whispered, "What can I do to help you?" "There's a survivor of the Akasha Dragoons in the dungeon who we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help," said Maggle, taking a step forward. "What? That man is a traitor. It's because of him that father, that's Zoronda. Please, it's the only way." Riddle turned her back to us and hung her head low. The Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there. After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride, his life. The Chamber of Death? Sounds fun. What is it? Asked Kid. A place of torture. A place of pain and suffering. A place designed by Lynx to crush the spirit and body both. She shivered involuntarily, as if a chill wind had blown through the room. She told us that the room was cursed. The blood and tears shed there were transformed by its evil, warped into an all-consuming envy of the living. It is a place that feeds on fear and suffering. It'll take more than a creepy story to scare off a master thief like me. No, you mustn't rush in there blindly. You need to take the Einlanzer with you. It is a sacred sword said to have been forged by an ancient sage, and a sister blade to the crimson-cursed Masamune. The timeless blessings of the Einlanzer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. It used to be such a sight to see it in the hands of Zoronda. It danced like the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning. Lost again in memories of fonder times, Riddle once more bowed her head. "Forgive me, I have little more to tell you. You've told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now," says Maggle, turning and making for the door. "I wish I had the strength to change things like you do," whispered Riddle, biting her lip. Kid hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. "It ain't about strength. It's about having a purpose. Something to fight for. I will be praying for you." Kid shot Riddle a look over her shoulder. "Great, maybe you can cross your fingers too." We left the room. Chamber of Death. Could it be that trap that we saw earlier from the first playthrough before I died later on? I wonder. Alright, we're going to the atrium. And then... let's see... hold on. Let me save that. Probably go to the left passage to go upward. Another intersection. Let me turn back for now. Let me head to the atrium again. Let's see. Dungeon or the stairs going down? Stairs going down. And leading the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? Oh boy. Oh no, it's a skeleton, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a skeleton. This is the situation. Oh, wait, it leapt at me before I could react. It let out a scream. Its ribs loomed up right in front of me. I shoved hard with both hands, desperate trying to loosen the firm hold and take it on my head with both arms. It sent it crashing to the ground. Clattered to the floor in the pile of jumbled bones. Then I noticed his head's nowhere to be seen. Surge! Your hood! I reached up with a start to find the skull had clamped onto my hood with its teeth. What was I gonna do? Let's see. Panic, I tried to pull the skull off my hood, but its jaw was locked tight and wouldn't budge an inch. That was when I heard Maggles snap at me. Stand still! My head exploded with stars as Maggles' foot slammed into the back of my head. I gasped, and for a moment I thought I was gonna pass out. The skull, meanwhile, shattered to pieces like an eggshell. Bits of broken bones scattered down from the top of my head. The rest of the skeleton froze mid-charge and fell apart. The bones lay motionless on the floor. Nice one, Mag. Yeah, thanks. You didn't have to kick me in the back of the head, though. We're finished here. Let's get moving. Ow. I need to be careful on how Surge's actions will be. Let's see. Okay, kitchen, guard room. Actually, no. We should have gone to the dungeon first. Just to get that person. And then we'll have to go for... what is it? The atrium. Gosh darn, whoever's practicing their tuba, cut it out. Why? What happened? Ah, shoot. Not again. Ugh. Frickin' goblins. Go away. Ooh, okay, the second choice I didn't pick last time. I deflected the goblin's driving strike up towards the ceiling and aimed an almighty blow at its face with my foot. My momentum unbroken, I turned full circle into the air and landed perfectly back on my feet, immediately moving in to thrust my dagger deep into its chest. The blade sunk in deep to the hilt. It was just complete silence, and then you heard a loud woof in the darkness. Oh, come on! Jesus. Wait a second, what's that? Leather. Oh, good. More meat. What was it? The path towards the stairs? Let's see. This castle needs some Jesus. Ha! Ah, I swear. Okay, I know what you mean by the sound now, so I swear. Let's see. I swear the vibe of this place. Huh. Okay. Oh? Kiddo stopped in her tracks, her senses clearly tingling. Magal and I were right behind her and immediately realized that something was very wrong. We could hear a faint whispering, as if a spell were being cast. The faint light was emanating from a monster sitting crouched on the flagstones ahead. Oh God. A long, bony finger traced strange shapes on the tiles. A demon. I watched the demon carefully, keeping a tight grip on my knife. Magal didn't waste a moment and let rip with a spell. A ball of flame slammed into the creature. I could smell the stench of burnt flesh. The demon's eyes reddened and it bared its fangs. Cursed whispers filled the air. It was casting a spell. Lay this to me, I yelled at exactly the same time as Kid. I slipped to the left side of the demon as it swung its scythe down. The demon kinda hot, not gonna lie. What the fuck? No way! Whoosh. The blade sliced the air a hair's breadth from my nose. A single moment later, and I'd have no nose left to speak of. Kid took advantage while the demon was focused on me, and moved to stab it full in the back. The creature let out a grotesque howl and collapsed on the floor. Ha! Did you plan to be the decoy so I could finish it off? Or was that a coincidence? Either way, it did the trick. Kid beamed with pride. The demon's blue blood pooled on the floor as it lay there, writhing in pain. Its face contorted with agony. It glared at us and began tracing strange shapes on the ground with the last of its strength. Kid sensed that something wicked was afoot. Just die already, will ya? Bonk. Yep. Bonk. But the demon carried on writing strange shapes forming from its blood. An eerie light illuminated the hastily scrawled curse, and then there was a flash. Lightning like bolts of energy danced around my feet. Kid, who was standing right next to the demon, jumped back with a start. And then it started drawing even more strange symbols. She took advantage while the creature was still concentrating. She twisted her body, stretched out a leg, and swung in a graceful arc right into the demon's belly. With a final gasp, it collapsed on top of its unfinished hex. At last, it laid still. But Chuni-sama, what did I do now? Number one, you called the demon hot, and just for calling me Chuni-sama, another bunk for you. There you go. When we went down the passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. This is Lynx's room. Yeah, no. We're turning back for now. Continued our way. Ah? Oh God. Goblin guards. There you go. Because I picked the first choice before. And there you go. Oh God, the tuba man is back at it. I picked up on the situation pretty quickly and drew my knife, preparing for a fight. Kid gave me a sideways glance. You know something? You're starting to look like a real thief. Now you just need to walk the part, she grinned. Alright, Serge, Mago, let's get him. Kid leapt forward, confident as ever. It was like she thought nothing could go wrong. Alright, dealing with more of these guys. Shoot, I picked this other choice again. Damn it. I know. I've forgotten that I picked this choice a while back too. Jesus. Wait a Oh, good. More. Oh? There's a leather bag on the ground containing a sparkling gem. Now we're talking. Kid's face lit up with joy. Nice find, Serge. What a beaut. Kid snatched it away, leaving me to settle for the compliment. Taking a few knocks, but it was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Not bad, Serge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you. There was a mischievous glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with few rare words of praise. The atrium. Pressed on. Let's see here. I'm going towards the dungeon again. Shoot, the skeleton again. I have to be careful. At least it's not a griffin. Caught it in both hands and slammed the skull into the ground. It smashed to pieces with a satisfying crunch. As soon as it had, the skeleton's torso collapsed into a lifeless heap. Won't be troubling us anymore. Time to move on. This place again. I had hoped it was the last time I'd have to. Yep, time to go in. The old man's plight preyed on my mind. Couldn't he see how senseless it was to punish himself like that? Come on, let's make it quick. He won't want us hanging around for long, and I, for one, don't want to stay any longer than I have to. What? Then what are we gonna do then? Jeez. Let's see. Continued straight until down the stairs. The kitchen / guard room. I wonder if it would be good to go to the guard room and then Oh, hello again. Grismel gave a slight bow of welcome. I look forward to hearing the tale of your exploits tonight. Instead of waiting around your arse waiting to hear other people's stories, why don't you get out there and make a couple of your own? Celine's response was to chuckle with wry amusement, and with that, we left the room. Really? Where am I supposed to go then? Fine. Let's see. Going up to the kitchen. No, not going up to the kitchen. Going back up the stairs. And then after that, another fork. Going to the atrium. Oh, great. We encountered a griffin. God damn it. Keeping a safe distance from the griffin, I looked over to check on the others. Getting some breathing space allowed me a moment to refocus. My wounds didn't feel as bad as I first thought. Oi! Surge! This ain't a spectator sport, shouted Kid. She gracefully dodged an attack. The griffin left itself open and she quickly moved into a land of decisive punch right on the base of its wings. The beast beat its wings awkwardly. She had clearly damaged something vital. This was my chance to follow up with the clincher. I crouched down, circling towards its blind spot, only for the accursed creature to spin around and face me. Shit, ripped through the waist. Ow. Almost by reflex, I ducked the attack. The griffin suddenly beat its wings wildly, sending a barrage of razor-sharp feathers were flying right at me. Unfortunately, every single one of them flew clean over my head. It had been a close shave. I rose to my feet and faced the griffin again. Alright, I'll attack. I reversed my grip onto my knife and plunged it into the griffin's... I reversed my grip onto my knife and plunged into the griffin's neck with all my might. Griffin's body contorted with agony. Yep. Don't move. And there's that. There you go. Alright, entrance to the atrium came into view, and so... But no, this will lead to both Riddle and Lynx's rooms, so I think I'll turn back. I wonder if I should go back to the terrace and retrace my steps. Went to the stair, right to the stairs going down the stairs. The kitchen, the guard room. Nope, would have gone to the atrium bit then. Ah. The old sturdy room, we have no need to go there because that's going to the dungeon. Alright, we'll continue on. If I recall, there should be some stairs before going to either of the rooms. Yeah, a fork to the path. Took the path right towards the stairs. There we go. So let's see. Main hall, the terrace, or the study. I haven't been to the main hall for a while, I think. And I don't know if we're gonna find anything there. Hold on, let me save just in case. And then... there you go. Looks like the coast is clear. We stepped into the main hall. Hey? Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall were these members of Lynx's family. He was busy staring at the painting depicting an intimidating old man when his eyes suddenly widened and he stuck his tongue out at me. No, I was just seeing things again. Jesus. No, it looked that way because of how the flickering light of the candles was reflecting off the glossy oil paints. I mean, that could totally happen, right? Definitely. Okay, maybe. This place giving me the creeps, and get a load of these ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's go look somewhere else. Ah, another one. Go away. Jesus. Wow. Get down, Surge, shouted Maggo from behind me. Panic, I dropped to the floor. Not a moment too soon, almost instantly, a blazing fireball sailed right over my head. I crashed into the griffin and exploded into an almighty conflagration. The griffin writhed in the flames, shrieking madly. And then it glared down at my prone body, its eyes filled with primal fury. Somehow managed to turn its head inside, knocking my head at the last moment. Get down, Surge, shouted from behind me. Panic, I dropped to the floor. Not a moment too soon, almost instantly, a blazing fireball sailed right over my head. There we go. And then it collapsed onto the floor, completely overcome by the blaze. Shoot, starting to feel worse for the wear. Oh god, damn it, Surge. Why do you have to be such a... Going straight toward the terrace then, since we're not sure where else to go. But let's see, kept following the corridor. An ancient looking door again, alright. I mean, it's the clock tower, but let's see. In we go. Kid stilled her breath before reaching for the handle. The door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. The room was completely silent. There was no signs of life. There it is, our ticket to not getting turned into mincemeat. The ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling out from the pile of junk. She ran over to where it lay. Looking down at the sword, Maggo muttered, "Two ancient blades, the sacred Iron Lancer and the cursed Masamune. What are you going on about, Mag? You know something about this?" Masamune. Maggo said nothing. "Well, it seems to mean something to you." "It does." "Uh-huh. Something to do with old friends I don't know about?" "Not exactly." "An enemy, then?" "Not exactly." You're being weird, Mag." "Well, whatever. Oi, numbnuts, grab this thing for me, will ya?" I was still standing by the doorway where Kid called over to me. "Oh, me?" "Yeah, you. Or were you gonna make me lug the bloody thing around all over the place? I'm just a scrawny little girl, ain't ya? Call yourself a gentleman?" A scrawny little... In whose dark dreams was Kid only a scrawny little girl, I wondered. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by a spinning kick to the chops. Gah! My body flipped over in the air as sparks flew behind my eyes. What the hell was that for?" Kid only hunched and looked away. Maggo also turned away. I was thoroughly left out in the cold. "Pick up the damn sword, Surge. We ain't got all night." Ye gods, she was a nightmare. Sometimes I wonder why you even bother coming along on these little jaunts. Dazed, I stumbled to my feet and sheepishly picked up the sword. But what were we even supposed to do with this tarnished old relic? Whoa! Nearly fell over. That thing was heavy. Good boy. Right, off to the chamber of death. Eyes on the prize, lads. Dragging the sword behind me with one hand, clutching my throbbing head with the other, I followed Kid out of the room and towards a place where it sounded like certain doom awaited. In other words, we're gonna go to that trap that we encountered before. Welp, I didn't want to go back there again, but... let's see. What was it? Left... Let's see, rightward, there were depths of the manor. Then our left was back to the terrace. Left down the corridor. Keep following the corridor. And then off to the stairs we go. Went down the stair. Wait, hold on. We took the corridor leading from the left hand, eventually an intersection with some stairs. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage. And no, we turned back. Keep following the corridor. And then... well, we continued on. Oh, there we go, the stairways. Alright, let's do this. We continued on. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed upwards. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. An old, sturdy-looking door loomed in the darkness at the top. Alright, here goes. Kid tried the handle. The door opened, and with a slow, heavy swing revealed what lay beyond. It was a small, cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. What's this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps. Still standing in the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback. Bearing in mind what Riddle had told us the room was called, it definitely wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger. What were we even looking for, though? What could the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? The flagstones were covered in dozens of narrow scratches, and in places there were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away. A malice and a sadness beyond imagining. There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Magel was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like more of the same stains. Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic. Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old. Hard to read, too. Some of it's been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Here we go! Suddenly the door slammed shut, and we jumped to our feet with a start. From above us we heard an unsettling creaking sound. The walls and floor began to tremble. What the hell's going on? Kid's eyes darted around the room, desperately trying to find out what was happening. The creaking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer. Up there! Look now, but I reckon we're about to find out why they call this the Chamber of Death. We have to stop it. If we don't deal with this trap, we'll never find what we're looking for. The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blades that jutted out from the bottom. Kid looked at me and screamed, "The sword! Use the Einlanzer." What? How do you use a sword? Let's see. Punch the sword into... Fine, into the ceiling. Alright, let's see if this legendary sword can smash through the ceiling. I jabbed the Einlanzer upward with all my might. It pinched hard off the countless blades flashing down from above and throwing me to the floor. Ow! Right. There! I drove the sword into the floor with all my might. A shock ran through the room. Beams of light scattered from the blade, covering the covering the floor and walls, and then racing upward. The ceiling gave an almighty judder, then stopped. We made it! I sank to the floor helplessly, my heart racing. Hey, what's that? The kid was pointing at part of the wall. It was where we'd seen the message written in blood. Guess we found what we're looking for. Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside, I can see something glinting faintly in the darkness. Kid reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever it was from within. It was a slender ring with a delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies in a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes. The crest of Acacia. This must be an Acacian signet. Kid put the ring on her middle finger, where it sat uneasily. It didn't seem to be her size. The rubies gave off an eerie glint. Right, let's not spend any more time in here than we have to. We managed to foil the trap and retrieve the Acacian signet. I left the Einlanzer where it stood, and we exited the room. With Kinley, we headed downstairs. Alright, I'm gonna... Fucking trap. Oh, Jesus. Continued on. This is the clock tower. We continued on. Keep following the corridor. Went, let's see, main hall, study. Nope, going down the stairs. Passageway to the right, was it? No. Turn back. Go into the atrium. Pressed on. Alright, we're going towards the dungeon. Alright, let's see how this is gonna go then. Having retrieved the Acacian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. Soon as we got there, Magal took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. They creaked and groaned as he heaved at them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly, they bowed apart. He stepped into the cell through the gap, and Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we had left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him and crouched down. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him, "Wakey, wakey, Granddad! We've got a few questions for ye. Here, get an eyeful of this. Ring any bells, Kid waved the Acacian signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lolled as he limply allowed himself to be manhandled. I stepped between and tried to get between Kid and the old man. She glared at me. "You're in the way, Serge. We're here for answers, remember? But if you really want to help him, you can't chicken out now. But look at him. There's no helping him anymore, surely. This all ended for him long ago." I would not be so certain. This is not over. It still means something. He has simply decided to pretend not to see it. Yeah, but it's not over, you say? Struck by the man's sudden interruption, we all turned to look at him. A faint glimmer of light had returned to his once vacant eyes. That's right. None of this is over until we make Link's pay. His eyes began to cloud once more. So my former allies have finally come for me. I am to blame. It is because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, and that all the Acacian dragoons, only I remain in the manor. But now all is well, for you have returned. Oh, Melgit, Zoranda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stoic? Never mind all that, Grandad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue. Anything. Come on, out with it. I couldn't decide if Kid sounded more annoyed or more desperate. The frozen flame? The old man looked momentarily confused. And then a wan smile crossed his face. My word, Lady Riddle, it has been far too long since last I had the pleasure. Why, you need only turn the candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground vault, as you know. Kid wrapped his arms around the old man and held him tight. And then, a trembling voice, she whispered, "I'm sorry. I promise we'll get it back." Get! The man recoiled in horror and began to sob once more. "I am to blame. It's all my fault. Forgive me. Forgive me. Look, if you want to get out of here, now's your chance." But it was no use. He was too busy cowering and wailing to hear me. "We're done here, Serge. We can't help him. There's things we need to be doing." "Thank you," I whispered to the old man before following Kid and Mago out of the dungeon. Kid stopped in her tracks, signaling us with a hand behind her back. "Ah, yes. We're gonna be fighting goblins again, so... Boop. Alright. I have to go in the main hall then. Threw the knife at the goblin's face. By reflex, it immediately raised its buckler to catch the blow. I took the opportunity to swiftly free the goblin's mace from its belt and slipped behind its back. All I had to do was bring the mace down its head. The goblin turned around right on cue. I slammed the mace down into its face. There was a horrible squelch, and I felt a sickening crunch in the shock that ran through the weapon. The goblin's flabby form thudded to the ground. Exhausted, I panted for breath. "Finally got a notch in your belt, eh?" taunted Kid, coming to my side. I wanted to say something, but I was too exhausted. I was a mess. My body was screaming with pain, and I felt like I might pass out at any moment. If I took much more punishment from Lynx's minions, my night was going to be over pretty soon. "Not bad, Serge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in ya." There was a mischievous glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with a few rare words of praise. "I wish we had meat or food. Ugh. Let's see. Go to the atrium. Ah, thank you for the headpads, user. Thank you. Poor Serge, having to put up. Continued on. Alright, towards the stairs. Alright, time to go to the main hall. Gonna save this too. We continue onward past where the stairs and the side passage emerged into the main corridor. We found ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. This was the main hall of the manor. Kid pushed open the heavy door as quietly as she could and peered inside. Looks like the coast is clear. We stepped into the main hall. The candles. There you go. Dozens of candles provided a dim flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. The great hall was filled with a heavy silence. A silence unbroken save for the ticking of a large clock that slowly counted the passage of time as if waiting for something. Several portraits glared down at us with cold eyes. We moved through the feeble glow of the candles. "Third candlestick from the left," whispered Kid. 1, 2, 3. There. She reached out towards it. I held my breath as I watched. "Say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for ya." Kid turned the candlestick. The room trembled with a sudden rhythmic rumbling sound, as if a massive gear was turning. "What's that?" For a moment I felt a strange sensation, as if I was floating. Do you feel that?" I started to stagger. "The entire room seems to be moving downward," came the reply from Mago. I couldn't quite believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. The main hall was sinking into the earth. And then another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. A cold sweat dripped down from my back. My heart filled with a mix of fear and anticipation. What was waiting for us down there? The frozen flame. Our prize at the end of this little adventure. But what was it really? Would it live up to our expectations? I tightened my fists, which were slick with sweat. What were Kid and Maggle thinking? The room remained veiled in silence. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me. Sometimes It was Kid. I looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched into fists. Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a losing battle. A battle I'll never win, no matter what I do. It was a side of her I'd never witnessed before. Even from this angle, I could see fear and doubt flickering across her face. I felt a tender sting in my heart. We'll win. I promise. There's nothing to worry about. Will win in the end. I promise. Heh. Drongo, she gave a gentle smile. Can't promise anything in this world, Serge. There are no guarantees. But thanks anyway, she grinned again, seeming a little embarrassed and looked me straight in the eye. Then I had the strangest sensation. This wasn't Kid, or not the only Kid anyway. I was overwhelmed by the inexplicable oddness of the idea. She noticed me, of course, and our little moment was over. The Kid I knew was back in the room. Trying to catch flies, mate? Sorry. It's just that for a moment there, it felt like you were someone else. What are you on about? Kid gave a confused look, tilting her head. Must be because we were drawing near to the frozen flame. Maggle's voice, as soft as ever, slipped unbidden from the shadows. Eh? What the heck are you two on about? Kid turned toward him with another puzzled frown. Well, you know, the fact of who Kid and Chrono Cross 2 actually is. Yeah, I'm not gonna say because it's a major spoiler and such, so I'm not gonna say anything. But if you played Chrono Trigger as well, you would know. There is another self within you, struggling against the pull of the abyss. But what had she been talking about? A crash split the silence as if we collided with something. A loud metallic scraping filled the air. The room rocked and finally came to a halt. Looks like the end of a line. I'll change. Oh no. The swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much touched it, yet the keys and the pedals were moving by themselves. The melody it played was both unsettling and sad. Funeral tune, is it? Way to greet your guests. Kid took a long stride forward, then turned to face me and Maggle. Come on, let's go. Maggle and I gently nodded our assent. Kid grinned, then turned back to the door. I'm coming for you, Lynx. This is the end of you. And with that, she led us from the hall. We continued down a long, dark corridor, the walls slick with condensation. The air was thick and heavy, as though ripe with the stench of death. Were we really getting close to Lynx's hidden vault at last? And was there any turning back now for any of us? There was something strange about Kid that night. Maggle didn't seem to be his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone to show any kind of emotion. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. I had to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. Why do you want the frozen flame so badly? Hey Kid, why do you want the frozen flame so badly? All I got in reply was the cold echo of her footfalls. I should have known. She didn't like to talk about her reasons for doing things. After all, it was a topic that was likely to lead to discussion of her past. But then she spoke, though it was almost a whisper. I'm doing it for Sis. Before she died, she told me to find the frozen flame and bury it. Bury it where? her old mate's grave. Kid looked at her feet as she walked. She wasn't my real sister, but she was as good as family to me. When she took me in, I was bloody helpless. Couldn't remember a thing. I was barely old enough to survive on my own. She didn't go into too much detail about who her mate was. Best that I can remember is that I needed to find the grave of a girl who married another mate of hers and died not long after. She said that's where the frozen flame should be laid to rest, or something like that. To be honest, I wasn't paying much attention at the time. It's not like I could have known what was about to happen when she disappeared and I realized she wasn't coming back. Though I swore I'd make good on what she asked me to do. I'd nab the frozen flame from that rat bastard Lynx and get my revenge. Kid's eyes almost seemed to glow with the heat and the cold night air. I'll make him pay for everything he's done, no matter what it takes, even if it kills me. And then she fell dead silent. Sorry, kid. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful. There was a pause before she replied. Nah, you're alright. I should have said something sooner, before I roped you into this. Sorry. Silence reigned supreme as I fumbled around to try to find something to say in reply. But all that filled the darkness of the corridor was the sound of yet more footsteps. Suddenly, Maggle stopped in his tracks. Wait! Huh? Kid turned around, puzzled. And just then, a powerful light surged across the floor, and a ring-shaped sigil appeared. Damn it! A blood circle! Kid and Maggle were at least quick enough to try and jump clear. But they weren't quite quick enough. The three of us were trapped in a circle of blinding light. The sigil rotated left and right with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape. Gah! We're trapped! A wall of heat and wind blew up around us, and swirling lines and spirals of light assailed us wherever we turned. Don't let the light mesmerize you. Cover your eyes, shouted Maggle, raising a hand over his mask. Turn with the light, not against it. There has to be a way out. Oh boy, for real? What a friggin' heck of a trap. Honestly. What? I barely even understand what's going on. Kid's elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks flying. Be careful. Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay well back. I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Three steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way out. We found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through it. Kid, Maggle, this way. We managed to get through the barrier unscathed, but we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. Slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Alright, turn left twice. 2 steps to the left. There, I see it. That's our way through. We found a gap in the wall of light, carefully walked through it. Kid, Maggle, this way. Managed to get through the barrier unscathed, but we weren't out of the woods yet. There was still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. Slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Alright, turn right twice. 2 steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way through. Found a gap in the wall of light, carefully walked through it. Kid, Maggle, this way. There we go. Suddenly, my body felt light, and I staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. We were back in the deserted passageway we'd been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. The sigil had vanished from the floor, and everything was silent, as if nothing had ever been amiss. And then I looked up. Ah, shit. Here we go. Looks like we finally made it, boys. Kid strode up to the door with a wicked grin on her face. The true frozen flame awaits. Mago's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night. Let's go. Kid reached for the handle. So this is the place, huh? Kid narrowed her eyes, straining to see our surroundings in the darkness. There it is. The actual frozen flame. A vast pitch-black expanse surrounded us whichever way we looked. It was as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave. We were in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the bowels of night. A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness. The frozen flame. Alright, now it's ours. The light of the flame ebbed and waned gently, as if responding to Kid's voice. What the heck is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere. Mago took a step further into the room and said in a whisper that was almost a groan. No, it can't be. Ah, but it is. The ruins of the lost kingdom of mages. The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. Kid looked up in shock. There he is. Lynx, I'll kick your flea-bitten arse so hard you'll kiss the moon. Kid pulled her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could. It fell to the floor with a clang, as if knocked out of the air by some unseen hand. Still the impetuous child as ever, I see. That's no way to greet an old friend. Smarmy bastard! Kid gritted her teeth with rage. And you, Shadow Dweller, I'll have none of your tricks this time. You must think of me a fool if you think I'll fall for that again. Mago, who had been quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. So this was the infamous Lynx. The lord of this deadly manor, the man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to family, who had assassinated General Viper and eradicated the Order of the Acacia Dragoons. A pleasure as always, my dear Kid. And I must say, you followed the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably close, my greedy little sneak thief. What the bloody... She stepped forward, bristling. Lynx narrowed his eyes as his lips twisted into a snarl. You know what I want, Kid. Give me the stone you carry. The stone? Did Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about? Pfft! Don't know what you're on about, mate. She just about managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe. Spare me the act, child. I know that you have it. I know she gave it to you. Hand over the time egg. Now. The... what? Whatever it was, I'd never heard of it. You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you, Kid shot back. It's all I have left of her. I'll never let go of it. Not for anyone, and definitely not for you. I'll tell you what's gonna happen, you bastard. First, I'm gonna take the frozen flame, and then I'm gonna ram it down your throat. Incorrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, it seems my words will only fall on deaf ears, and you are determined to repeat your past errors. Lynx moved his hand to the grip of the ornate golden saber that hung from his belt. Last time, I showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake. One which I mean to correct. Surge, Mago, stay back. Kid took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching. This ends here and now. You'll pay for what you've done. You'll pay for what you did to Luca. With a scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out in a scything kick aimed right at the side of Lynx's head. But there was no contact. Where Lynx had been mere moments before, now there was only empty space. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting the full force of her momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past over only a hair's breadth from his nose. And then it was Lynx's turn. He lashed out with his saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Kid was ready for him, however, and had already jumped back to a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart. At least you had the decency to prepare a little better than last time, Lynx purred. A red line appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly glistening into a drop of blood. Kid! In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack. Lynx dodged aside and managed to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Kid moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing her footing. And then Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. There was a gasp and a cough, and Lynx drove his knee into the pit of her stomach. Kid collapsed. A steady stream of red dripped from her lips. Will that be all, girl? Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble, her body rolling until she hit a large stone pillar, and there she lay, lifelessly still. Kid? Kid! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx. Mago was there already. He flew through the shadows, through the darkness. A part of the shadows, were crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Lynx jumped back, and countless threads of light flew from his fingertips towards Mago. Huh? With a droning hum, the threads of light surrounded Mago, crossing over one another. They spread to form a lattice of light that gave off a blinding glare, and trapped Mago where he stood. Oh no! What is this? Mago staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands. It is a simple enough spell, my shadowy friend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide. Lynx leered at Mago with a venomous grin. You've been quite the thorn in my side. I'll let you live long enough to regret it. Mago struggled and groaned. I had to do something. Kid and Mago needed me. But what was I gonna do? I charged at Lynx. I screamed as I rushed towards Kid's nemesis, and then one fluid motion, he spun around to face me, lashing out with his saber. I tried my best to dodge the blow, but the blade sliced into my body. I collapsed on the heap and rolled down onto the rubble. It was all over. I lay face down, clutching my wound. I could hear Kid groaning as I felt myself sinking into a bottomless darkness. And this is how I die. But thankfully, I am not that far now because I managed to save. So let me see who I should pick. I should have not done that. I should have gone to one of my comrades instead. So, here we go. Hold on. I'm saving here. There we go. Ah, shit. Hold on. Nope, we're turning back. Oops, my bad. Alright, time to go into the main hall and then try this again. Alright. How dumb of me to try to challenge Lynx. Honestly. And yeah, from opening the main hall, it won't let me save from there. At least this is better than what happened in the first run where I just died and basically did not save and had to start everything over. So this is fine. But I also want to go for the other answer that I wanted to ask Kid. You know, what exactly is the frozen flame? I think since Mago is trapped, I think I should go ahead and go to Kid first. I also want to get another alternative answer with the dialogue choice here too. What are you fighting? What are you fighting against? Good question. Fate maybe? Life even? Not sure I can put my finger on it exactly. It ain't Lynx. I mean, sure, I'm here to fight him, but that's different. It ain't clear-cut like that. I feel like there's another me inside me. One that's just sitting there looking out at how empty and pointless everything I do is. That's the best way I can describe it anyhow. Keh, listen to me. Load of bloody nonsense, eh? She smiled ruefully. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I felt like I knew broadly what she was getting at. She may have talked tough, but underneath it all she felt fear and uncertainty just like the rest of us. I mean, that was no great revelation in and of itself, but hearing her say it out loud gave me a strange sense of relief. I stole another sidelong glance at her. Her expression was different, more mature somehow. Sorry, mate. You didn't need to hear that. Not exactly me trademark brand of carefree banter, eh? She stuck out her tongue. Normal service had been resumed, or so it seemed for a second. Thanks, Serge. And you, Meg, she said, suddenly serious again. Couldn't have made it this far without you both. Listen, if we don't... After this, I mean. If we don't get another chance to... Huh? You know what? Forget it. She closed her eyes and forced a smile. Wasn't sure how to respond, so true to form, I just stared at her some more. Could have sworn I caught a flicker of a grin across Magel's face, too. He was standing just at the edge of my field of vision, arms crossed and eyes closed. But maybe it was just my imagination. A contemplative silence descended as the hall continued its journey down into the bowels of the manor. Here we go. So what is the frozen flame? Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? There was only silence in return. And then, when it seemed like no one would reply at all, Magel spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor. It is a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, and grants eternal life. Or so some still believe. In truth, it is part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long, long ago. That rock was a source of a hitherto unknown power, with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked. You could say that it was humanity's dreams made manifest, but it is not always good to have one's dreams come true. Many were bewildered by that great power. Some were led astray by it. It even led to a kingdom's ruin, a kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than fragments and dust, its name lost to history. For a moment I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in Magel's voice, but maybe it was just my nerves. Wait, how do you know all this, Magel? He said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes, and then continued onward in silence. For a while, only the sounds of footsteps echoed in the corridor. And then Kid gave a downfall. Look, I don't know if all that stuff about the frozen flame is true or not. It's neither here nor there to me. She raised a fist. We're here to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know. What had Lynx seen in the frozen flame? Why had it been worth risking so much for? We trudged on down the dark passageway, each of us alone with our thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat, and I felt a renewed vigor to a degree. Alright, the blood circle again. Here we go. At least I know what to do here, so I am not worried, to be honest. go. Got out the blood circle, and now we have to face some Lynx again, as well as the frozen flame. Alright, here we go. Again. This time I'm not gonna attack Lynx directly. I'm gonna have to help one of our comrades. Here we go, again. Yep, I hear the cats meowing again too. Yep, going on. Alright, here we go. Remember, don't attack Lynx. Go ahead this time. Either help Kid or Mago. Because Mago is trapped in light and Kid feels like she's on the verge of dying, probably. There you go. Alright, let's see who do we help first. Shoot. Going to Kid first, see what will happen. Shoot. Darn it. What's the matter, Kid? You were so bold only a moment ago. Aren't you going to keep me entertained? Lynx looked down at his nose at Kid's broken body. Now, do you want to give me the time egg? We can still be civilized about this. I am, of course, a gentleman. It pains me to have to seize a fair maiden's valuables by force. Even if the fair maiden in question is in fact a filthy street rat. He pressed his foot into Kid's head. Could hear her voice faint and breathless. It's Lucas' stone, not yours. I'll never give it to anyone. No way will I give it to the likes of you. Couldn't let her get closer to her, right? Ran over to where she lay. She was flat out, still collapsed where she had fallen, and blood still ran from her mouth. Kid! Kid! Say something! He crouched down next to her, glancing at her face in the panic. She groaned, and then she began to stir, her face twisted with pain. Surge! It's okay, Kid. I'm here. How touching! Although I would be more concerned about my own well-being if I were you, the voice came from behind me. It felt as if ice water had been poured down my neck. I jumped to my feet and turned around. Lynx was looking down at me with a cold, emotionless stare. Any friend of Kid's is certainly no friend of mine. Forgive me, but I cannot permit you to leave this place alive. For I realized that his hand had shot out towards me. His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. Couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. I can feel his talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind. Look, Kid. See your friend. See him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck. Kid's breathing was ragged, and blood still dripped from her lips. Opening an eye, she groggily raised her head, but she couldn't get up. She didn't have the strength. Surge, give me the time egg. Do you even know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. With the frozen flame and the time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. There are errors that I need to correct, mistakes in the past that must be set right. Link's narrowed, emotionless eyes returned to my face. How long before he perishes, I wonder? I struggled to breathe, but I could only make choking sounds. Kid screamed my name. Decide. Will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you? I can't. She balled her hands into fists and dropped her gaze. My vision starts to fade. And then I heard her voice as she struggled to speak through the pain. I'm sorry, Surge, but I swore I'd sacrifice anything to stop Lynx. Don't worry about me then. Don't worry about me. It was all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. It was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? Ah, for crying out loud. Fine! You win! Here, have your damn rock! Lynx's grip on my throat loosened. Growing with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand into her shirt. I knew you would come around in the end. Lynx threw my body to the ground and walked over towards her. Just shut up and take it, you bastard. It's all you deserve. With all the strength she could muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand. Gah! He leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow, but it was too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cat's claws, raked mercilessly into his face. Mercilessly. Lynx roared with pain. He staggered, clutching his left thigh. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers. You wretched little shit of a girl! Lynx stood awkwardly, still clutching at the wound on his face. The fingers of his free hand arched into furious talons as he walked back towards Kid, who still lay on the ground. I will kill you all! He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into the blow. Kid gasped as all the wind was knocked out of her, yet more blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. Kid, I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Lynx turned his head slowly to look at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He took a step towards me. Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you. My dear Kid, rest assured that your friend's death will be a most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I will put you through the same suffering as I did with that Luca woman. Kid's body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Lynx. They were wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet. Lynx! Lynx! And then an explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. Another light began to form from somewhere near Kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. The twin lights intertwined, twirling slowly upward, and as it rose, the golden spiral spread. No! This can't be! Lynx stood motionless, transfixed by the spectacle. Was this the Timex power? Kid screamed as a raging blaze of light engulfed her. I'll never let you do it again! I'll never let you steal from me again! Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look, and then she collapsed to the ground as if all the life had gone out of her. I heard a voice. It was quiet and still like the evening. It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories back through time, back to the Lost Kingdom. It was through her power that the kingdom fell, that it was swallowed in the all-encompassing vortex of time. In her grief, she wished to disappear. Her past, her future, she wanted it all to sink into the void, to be lost in the seething whirl of time. She despised what she had done. She closed herself off from all that she saw and heard and cursed her very existence. But the stone wished for her to live. The hands of her clock were rewound, her memories unraveled. The stone gave her a chance to begin again. The stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here, a mere babe, her memories a blank slate. The time had shattered, its fragments raining down on the world, becoming shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted into pieces. It swallowed us, engulfed us. We were consumed, locked into the void. And then, a girl's scream echoed in the darkness. That voice, was it Kid? It sounded just like... No! This is all wrong! The black vortex, it surrounds us. No! Stop! Water? Wait, what? Uh-oh, where the hell? Where am I? I've lost everything, and now I can't do anything but wonder. The world drifts and time is a blur. There is only an endless, unknowable sea. This is where time begins and ends. This is where all life finds peace. I see myself as a baby crying next to my mother, an exhausted yet proud look upon her face. I see myself aged and wizened, waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors as ghosts. This is a place where countless worlds overlap and infinite dreams play out. If only I could rest here for eternity. If only I could free myself of all my burdens and sleep here in this sea of dreams. But I can hear it calling me. I hear the song. Ah. Kid, please. Can you hear me? Kid, say something. Kid, you've got to stay with me. Who's that? Who is calling me? Search? Where am I? Kid, you're awake. I heard a song. It was beautiful. It was that song that Luca loved. Kid closed her eyes, and her face glowed with a warm smile. I'll never forget that song. Makes me want to cry whenever I hear it. I'm just glad you're back. Felt like I was losing you, like you were going somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming the song for you. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. I knew you liked it, so Kid gave a gentle nod. It was you. You were the ones who called me back. That was you calling my name. Thanks, Serge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back. Suddenly, she gasped with pain. Lynx's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder. And towering over us was Lynx himself. I told you, Kid. I told you I would kill you. She had no strength left. What was I gonna do? Damn you! I charged toward him with all the strength I had left. That's quite enough, brat. Lynx lashed out at me with his saber. Ugh. I staggered and collapsed to the ground. But what about Kid? Was she okay? I looked desperately around to find her, my eyes clouded with pain. Alas, your time has come. He raised his saber high, preparing to strike. Enough! Stunned, we looked toward the intruder. You! There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. How had she made it all the way down here? Lady Vera, and what have we done to bring poor's Magister General running, I wonder, he growled. It's been far too long, Lord Lynx. A pity that I seem not to have caught you at your best. The crone met Lynx's mad stare head on. I will take the frozen flame. After all, it seems you two have been quite unable to decide which of you should have it. She raised her hand, and armed soldiers poured into the room. Mago lifted Kid to her feet. This seems like a good time to leave. Lynx snarled, "You'll regret it, witch!" He kicked off the floor and his body rose into the air. Then he turned his venomous glare on us. And you, Kid, you'll pay for this with your life soon enough. You will never be safe from me. With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. The crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us. Kid, if you wish to try and steal the frozen flame again, you are welcome to try any time you please. We'll be waiting. But you'll have to get out of here alive first. The soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us. Darkness, heed my call! With Kid slumped against him, Mago spread his arms and drew a sigil in the air. Hurry, Surge! This way! I grabbed onto him and we plunged into blackness. God, outside Viper Manor. Thanks to Mago's magic, we managed to escape the manor alive. But the lights of torches dotted the forest, and we could hear soldiers calling to one another. We stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperately trying to quiet her ragged breathing. It was a terrible wound she'd suffered, and it seemed to be taking its toll. Are you okay, Kid? Yeah. Don't worry about me, mate. We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us, said Mago, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. Kid raised her head to look at me. It's me and Mago they want. Get out of here, Surge. It's us they want, not you. What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Look at you. You can barely stand. It's nothing I can't handle. And besides, I got Mago with me. If they catch you with us, they won't go easy on you. But I remembered everything. I remembered another me, a me from a long, long time ago. Slowly, Kid averted her gaze, looking up at the night sky. I have to go. The stars reflected in her eyes, and suddenly, she looked like nothing more than an ordinary young girl with a sad, distant expression on her face. Kid, don't worry, Surge, I'm okay. We'll meet again. Kid smiled. We'll meet again, somewhere. Someday. Sometime. Promise. Her eyes closed gently. He didn't manage to nick the frozen flame in the end. And I lost the time egg too. The only thing I had left of Lucas. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. There's something inside me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. The most important thing in the world. She opened her eyes again, fixed them on me. I could have lost myself in their depths forever. No one can take it from me. Not for as long as I live. There was nothing else in the world that I wanted but this. I doubted I'd ever want anything again. I only wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then and there for all I cared. And that was exactly what I wished for as I gazed at her. Goodbye, Surge. And thanks. She looked down, then turned away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Would I ever see her again? Kid! Don't follow me, Surge. Please. Just don't. I strained to try and catch a glimpse of her as the last traces of her shadow vanished. Vanished toward a place I might never reach again. No! Kid! I leapt to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but the shadow soon blocked my path. Mago? Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, I saw sadness in his eyes. And the shadow withdrew and melted into darkness. Mago? Kid? Wait! Don't leave me! I screamed into the night, but there was no reply. The black silence swallowed my cries. Kid, kid. And so, back here with the diary, the journal rather. And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, Maggle, and Riddle again. One day. Somewhere in another time, in another world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. But that's a story for another day. For now, I must put down my pen. I closed my grandfather's diary. And then from downstairs I heard my mother calling. "Did you hear me? Your friend's here." Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs. The door flew open. In tumbled a young girl. A girl who seemed somehow familiar. "Hey Serge, it's a beautiful day for adventuring. I found a rundown old manor off in the woods to the north. You wanna go exploring? Come on, put the book down and let's get out of here." Let's get out there, rather. A picture? Huh. Probably a memento from the diary, too. Yep. Ah, Jesus, that took quite a bit. And here I was scared of encountering any, like, what do you call it? Any bad, any bad endings and such. Ah. But that was an intense time, and it looks like, no matter how much time has passed or whatever other worlds are out there, they ended up meeting again. Seems like after I completed this the first time, there are other scenarios that are both humorous and serious. But whether these are endings or not, though, I have no idea. But yes. But I'm glad though that I managed to get through the first playthrough, even if I died the first time and I did not save by accident. Oh, that was a big blunder on my part. I'm actually surprised they still kept the credits in Japanese though, especially since it had been localized. There you go. Hey. And it is. Yes, let's see what these additional scenarios would be. But for now, I am good with how things are at the moment. In terms of playing, I mean. There we go. Yep, there are other scenarios here. Kid, the Tresor entered it, completed. Alright, guys, that means I can go ahead and replay this whenever I want to. For now, I wanted to, what do you call it? Defeat the main scenario slash plot. So I will be doing replays of this another time. Although I'm gonna test it off stream to see how it works. But next week, I'm definitely going to actually play Chrono Cross itself this time. So I will make sure to mark that into my schedule. For the time being... Hold on. There we go. For the time being, I'm just gonna go call it a night. Oh shoot, the background music had changed. Ah, it's also one of my favorite Chrono Cross tracks. Ah, Sailing Another World. So just so you know, because we're gonna be traveling through time, there are gonna be... Certain tracks have two versions of them. Sailing, going into the other world. And then the real world, Sailing, has a different tune and a different vibe. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. Thank y'all for tuning into my stream today. Tomorrow, finally, after putting it off a bit, I'm gonna be streaming Needy Streamer Overload tomorrow. That'll be at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Philippine time, and shoot, that would be 5 a.m. Central European time. So yeah, I had to calculate because I'm still not good with like time zones and all that. But yes, I will definitely be playing the main game of Chrono Cross next week. And I will go ahead and see y'all tomorrow for tomorrow's stream. Bye bye.